but Mauricio and Luciana have been an integral part of this organization. So it's an honor to have them here and have an event on immigration. This campus in Tijuana does many more research topics, but obviously being in Tijuana, immigration topics are the ones who are most important for us. And it's a city that has that characteristic of being an immigration city. So it's an honor to discuss these issues with you guys. I think we have a great program organized by Luciana, Hans, Hakan, and Mauricio Padron, and the rest of the faculty from both universities. I'm sure Mauricio is going to say this, but it's an honor also for our dean, Mónica González Contró, to co-organize this event. So please feel this campus in Tijuana as yours to organize more things between the University of Bergen and the Institute of Legal Research. And I'm going to pass the floor to the ambassador of Norway and Mexico, Doug. Please, if you can give us some brief remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Very glad to have been invited to this important symposium co-organized by the University of Bergen and UNAM. These are important issues, obviously, that you're going to discuss. They are getting more politically complicated by the month, by the year. So it's even more difficult to maneuver the world for migrants and refugees than it has been previously, and it's more complicated for institutions like the United Nations, academic institutions like the University of Bergen and UNAM, and indeed for governments, all governments really, that are confronted with these issues. So these are turbulent times. There are a growing number of authoritarian regimes around the world. Conflicts are spreading. Humanitarian needs have reached unprecedented levels. More refugees, displaced persons and migrants in the world today than ever before. Norway continues to prioritize this work within the United Nations and elsewhere. Norway is a significant contributor to UNHCR and IOM, and through them a significant contributor to assisting people on the move worldwide. But obviously Norwegian politics is also influenced by these changes that we see all over the world. There is more focus in Norway on integration, successful integration. There is more focus in Norway on sound policies that makes it possible for the Norwegian government to maintain a generous policy internationally and in Norway. And the government and national institutions that are working with these issues are under increased scrutiny. So these are not easy days for this kind of work. But rest assured, Norway continues to support all of you, and more importantly, migrants and refugees. And rest assured that even when policies change in many, many countries, including in Norway, those changes will happen and the policy will remain within the framework of international law and our human rights obligations. Thank you very much. Very happy to be here and look forward to take part in the discussions going forward.
Mauricio Padrón.
Gracias, Juan. Good morning, everyone. Buenos días a todas y todos. Ya lo adelantaba Juan, la directora del Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas, la doctora Mónica González Contró, les envía un cordial saludo por cuestiones de agenda. No pudo finalmente participar, era toda su intención estar el día de hoy aquí. Entonces, en su representación, les envío sus saludos. Permítanme además agradecer a Juan y a los colegas de la ENID por recibirnos aquí en Tijuana el día de hoy en este simposio. Agradecer también a la doctora Luciana Gandini, coordinadora del SUDIMER, investigadora del Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas, por haberse sumado a la organización de este evento. Por supuesto que al doctor Hakan Sikakan también, muchas gracias por el compromiso y la organización del evento. Quiero agradecer la presencia de Anne-Brigitte Krum, representante del alto comisionado perdón, pensando en la OIM, representante del alto comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados, a Dana Gravet, de la OIM, ahora sí, muchas gracias, y por supuesto a Dag Nylander, el embajador de Noruega en México. Y por supuesto agradecerles a todas y a todos y todas los participantes en este simposio por estar aquí, seguros de que tendrán una gran discusión sobre los temas que se manejarán el día de hoy. Para el Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas, este simposio es especialmente relevante. Nos permite reforzar nuestro compromiso con el estudio crítico del derecho en contextos globales, en transformación, así como impulsar espacios de reflexión sobre temas que hoy ocupan un lugar central en la agenda internacional. Para la ENID, este encuentro representa también una oportunidad importante para fortalecer su trabajo en temas contemporáneos y consolidar su vocación interdisciplinaria en diálogo con distintas regiones y enfoques. Quisiera destacar de manera especial la colaboración con la Universidad de Bergen. Este tipo de alianzas académicas son fundamentales en el contexto actual. Nos permiten construir puentes entre distintas realidades, pero poner en diálogo experiencias y perspectivas diversas y enriquecer nuestra comprensión de fenómenos que son por naturaleza globales. Además, estas colaboraciones fortalecen el trabajo entre instituciones, favorecen el intercambio de ideas y abren nuevas rutas para la investigación conjunta y la formación académica. En un momento en que los desafíos en materia de migración y refugio son cada vez más complejos, contar con espacios de colaboración como este resulta no solo valioso, sino necesario. Nos permiten no solo analizar mejor estos procesos, sino también pensar de manera amplia y responsable en las respuestas que desde la academia podemos dar. En este sentido, este simposio también se inscribe en los esfuerzos de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México por fortalecer el estudio y la atención de la movilidad humana, así como por promover una cultura de paz, lo que refleja el compromiso de la universidad con la construcción de conocimiento, el diálogo interdisciplinario y la búsqueda de respuestas más justas frente a los retos contemporáneos. Estoy seguro de que el simposio será de gran valor para todas y todos. Les deseo mucho éxito en los trabajos. Muchas gracias.
Now we pass the floor to Luciana Gandini.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this symposium on the transformation of migration and refugee regimes in the context of changing global order. Let me start by warmly greeting my colleagues from the University of Bergen. It's a pleasure you be here with us. And also, of course, Ambassador, it's a pleasure you be here in this panel. Welcome to all experts participants in this symposium, colleagues from academia, civil society organization, international organization, and also students. Welcome to this discussion with us. Last year, UNAM and University of Bergen signed a cooperation agreement, and this event is part of this collaboration, which we very much hope will continue to grow. When we were preparing this symposium, we started from a key point that is quite difficult to ignore today. The changes we are seeing in migration governance are not isolated and they are not temporary. They are part of the broadly reconfiguration of the global order. This reconfiguration can be seen, for example, in the weakening of the traditional international law frameworks, in growing tension around multilateralism, and in a shift toward more flexible and often less enforceable form of international cooperation based on non-binding instruments and ad hoc arrangements. Across different contexts, we see processes that are not identical, but that move in similar directions. More restrictive policies, more sophisticated control mechanisms, and a strong overlap between security, development, and migration agendas. At the same time, technologies such as biometrics, artificial intelligence, and large data systems are playing a much more central role, not only in controlling mobilities, but also in shaping how it's classified, managed, and experienced. However, these trends toward restriction needs to be qualified. It's not linear and it's not uniform. In different regions, and Latin America is a good example of that, this dynamic coexists with policy for regularization and inclusion, sometimes driven by conviction and sometimes simply by pragmatism. The important thing is that regardless the reason, these measures open up spaces of protections and rights. Compared with other regions, Latin America also has relatively progressive legal frameworks and a set of regional and international commitments on migrants' rights. But as we know, these frameworks do not always translate into practice. There are still high level of discretions, differences across nationalities, and a persistent gap between what exists on paper and what happens in reality. And perhaps the question now is whether that gap is becoming wider. In this context, it's important to look at migration governance as a multi-level process. Many of the restrictive trends we see at the national level coexist and sometimes are challenged by the growing role of local actors, which can function as spaces of innovation, implementation, or even counterbalance. At the same time, at the international and regional levels, we see a shift toward a soft law, toward political commitment, cooperation frameworks, and technical mechanisms, but that often have limited capacity to shape medium and long-term policies. So in this scenario, what interests us is not only to describe this transformation, but to understand how they can shape in a specific context, how they interact, and what they mean, both for legal framework and for the life experience of migrants and refugees. In that sense, this symposium is precisely about that interaction between global structures and situated realities. More concretely, the objective of this meeting is to open a space for reflection where we can map emergency patterns, identify regional differences, and discuss new theoretical and empirical approaches. We are very fortunate to have colleagues working on different regions, which give us a value opportunity to bring into dialogue perspectives that do not always interact. So this is a really good space for this today. Finally, just a word on the format for today. This symposium is designed as a space for exchange rather than a sequence of individual presentations. We have organized the discussion into three panels, one about borders and regional integrations, another on multi-level governance and international protections, and a third on rights, access to justice, and attitudes toward people in context of mobilities. In each panel, two colleagues will briefly open the discussion, around 5 to 7 minutes, and then we will open the floor for a broader conversation, welcoming anyone to wish to contribute. So the idea is to keep brief interventions and to build a collective cross-cutting and comparative dialogue. So thank you very much and welcome everyone.
Thank you very much, Luciana. And I'm going to pass the floor to the other mastermind of the person who organized academically the three panels. Hakan, it's an honor to have you here, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say welcome to everybody on behalf of the University of Bergen. We are one of the co-organizers of this symposium. And secondly, I would like to thank all partners who helped us in organizing this, especially UNAM and Juan and Luciana in specific from UNAM. And I would also like to thank Gonzalo Ituarte for being here with us, a great inspiration for us doing migration research. He is a human rights hero internationally. Luciana summarized the objectives of this conference very nicely and elegantly. And I'm very happy to see that some of the ideas that we discussed while organizing this conference has come into use both in her speech and here as the basis of the consortium. I would like to underline that at the University of Bergen, we have been trying to develop a new theory of political globalization. And it is this theory that underlies the conceptual framework of this symposium. This is why I want to present very briefly. It has many details, but we have little time. I want to present very briefly this. Okay. Can I stand? Sure. Because I need to see it myself as well. Okay. When you look at the globalization phenomenon at the conceptual level, you see that theories and concepts regarding economic globalization and cultural globalization are quite advanced. They're not perfect, but very much advanced. They are so advanced that they managed to link what is happening at the global level to what is happening to individuals. That is how global affairs are changing the minds and political orientations and attitudes of individuals have been developed regarding the economic and cultural globalization. Regarding political globalization, this is not the case. The concept of political globalization has been developed to depict how global affairs affect the states and the governments. It doesn't go down to group and individual level. It doesn't go to the social and local levels. What we are doing in our theoretical development is to link the political aspects of globalization to individual attitudes, local societies, and nations, how they are changing phenomena under the state level. Now, political globalization has been measured for many years, I think since beginning of 2000s, as increasing state networking and collaboration through international organizations like United Nations and International Organization for Migration and UNHCR. But as I said, it doesn't go below that. So the concept of political globalization remains rather underdeveloped in the sense that it currently refers to states as the primary ontological entity. But what is it? How can we link global affairs, political globalization, to individual level? And what is political globalization? I will basically tell you what political globalization is. Yeah, that's fine. And then say a few words about how we can link it to individual behavior, party behavior, etc. So political globalization, its most important aspect, it is the driver of the new political order, the newly emerging, developing political order. And we don't know how it will end up, but it is the main driver. This is our main hypothesis. And political globalization starts from the global level. I will tell you what it is, comes to the local and individual level, affects and changes the global, local and individual level, as Luciana implied in her speech. Now, there are some global issues of common concern for everybody. This is created through global affairs. Global inequality. Everybody in the world understands that there is an inequality between the global north and global south, between the developed world and developing nations. And citizens understand that this is affecting them. Citizens understand that, some citizens understand that they are deemed to remain poor. This is a global issue that citizens quarrel about. Transnationally, they think about this, which makes their thinking transnational. And climate change is another global issue. I could put many other global issues here. These are just the examples, but some of them are more important. Citizens align on different political poles regarding climate policy. This makes such global policies that directly affect citizens make a series of cleavages, political cleavages, themes of conflict that all world citizens, if they are aware of this, of course, align around, oppose or support, etc., or remain indifferent in some cases. Now, Piketty and his team in France, they have shown that there is an accumulation of capital in the global north. They are showing that there is a new global class that is emerging. This global elite class is so rich and powerful that they are trying to form the rest of the world. A new global class structure is emerging, and this new global class structure includes the richest capital accumulators. Sorry? Okay. The richest capital accumulators, and there are some new classes, very rich executives of technology, they have limitless mobility rights. And then rich and technology savvy workers, they are an on-demand force. They can be as mobile as needed by the new global economy. And the rest are supposed to remain immobile. This is creating a new class structure, the global elite, the global technological executives, and in the bottom, you have an immobile class. Now, there is also a new mode of production. Sorry? This way? But I'm not changing it. I need this. Yeah, I'm still here in this figure and I can change it if I want. But why did it go there? Okay. The mode of production, the new mode of production, because of extreme technological development, needs less and less manual labor. I don't know if you've been following Bernie Sanders' videos where he's documenting how many American citizens, workers are losing their jobs every day. Not he, but the reports that he's referring to there are saying that within the next 15 to 20 years, like 50 to 70% of the workforce will have to be unemployed. This is for the United States, and it might be worse for the rest of the world. So the mode of production is also changing the need for migrants in economic and cultural and political systems. You have robotization, technologization, and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is another thing. Here we come to the individual level. When you open your ChatGPT and ask a question, and when I open my ChatGPT, ask the same question in Norway, we get the same answer. And these answers are usually believed in and they are used. So individuals' brains and mentalities are to be formed more and more by the technology that is being developed. Now, artificial intelligence and technology is one source of the standardization of our responses to political issues, because we get the same answers from the same sources everywhere now. Another thing is these common global cleavages about common global issues that we have to relate to from all corners of the world. We start becoming parties, opposition, or supporters around the same political issues that are globally common. And this comes down to our thinking and to our political behavior. So citizens' political behavior become more and more similar across the world to common issues. And you, as a result, you get transnational public sphere, transnational political actors like, for example, international organizations, transnational NGOs, etc., that act politically on a global space rather than a national space. And then you have these transnational political cleavages, as I mentioned, and international mobility and migration is affected from all this. So the development is leading to weaker states, stronger anti-establishment actors in all countries, new political parties and groups, one fit for all political cleavages that are coming down from the global conflicts, identity politics instead of class politics, agonistic plural public spaces. I will not explain this, but they are more conflict-laden public spheres rather than Habermasian compromise oriented public sphere. So not only in migration issues, but in all political issues, this development creates the same supporting and opposing groups in all countries. And these new supporting and opposing groups that are coming from the global level come in addition to what we already have at the national level. The national level conflicts and cleavages are not just disappearing, but we're getting new political cleavages coming from the global level, which are more influential than the national level right now as we speak in many countries, at least at the Western and Northern Hemisphere. Now, these affect welfare policies, economic policies of the countries, citizenship policies, migration policies, and refugee and asylum policies. So how does this affect? So I mentioned the conflict groups in the global cleavage system that is coming as a result of this global elites imposition of new political thinking. These are globalists, people who want to have a global world system. Regionalists, like, for example, the European Union. Regionalists want the world order to be composed of regional transnational entities like the European Union, African Union, etc. Nation states, this is the status quo, intergovernmentalist order. And then we have the populists, they want to have what they need here and now. They don't want to have the rule of rule, etc., etc. But at this time, they're aligned with the nativist way of thinking. So populists are at the same time nativists in this conjecture. They can be something else in the future. So from a cleavage theory perspective, political globalization can be understood as increasing similarity of cleavage structures across countries. This cleavage theory comes from a Norwegian political scientist, Sten Rokkan. He developed the theory to understand the different kinds of party systems and democracy in Europe, but it is applicable at the European and global level as well. And these similar cleavage structures also form the political behavior of the citizens. So increasing similarity in political cleavages across countries means increasing similarity between countries, citizens' political attitudes. So this means that the development is such that citizens will have similar attitudes to migration, migrants, asylum seekers as well, when this development goes far enough. But what are the implications of these? These are hypotheses, and some of these we have already shown to exist in a large project that we conducted with 12 different universities from Europe, Canada, and South Africa. So we managed to cover only 3 continents in that project. Change towards restrictive immigration laws and policies, securitization, externalization, fortressing, these developments we see in all migration systems in the world now, including Australia, South Asia, Europe, Middle East, North America, South America, etc. This is my last slide, don't worry. and negative public discourses about immigrants almost everywhere, refugees and asylum seekers, etc., criminalization, migrantization of refugees and people. And citizens' attitudes become more negative to immigration and asylum. Migrant and native resistance groups arise in different countries to oppose this development. Now, all these are, according to our great hypothesis, come from how the global affairs shape attitudes and responses to immigration and asylum. So the last word, probably, my last word, not the last word, is the common understanding is that these policies are becoming more and more the same across the continents because they are subject to the same kind of immigration and asylum pressure. It is the pressure, asylum pressure, that makes it restrictive and that make countries negative to immigration and asylum, and that make them use the same tools, policy tools. We hypothesize that this is not true because there are some countries that are not subject to immigration and asylum, but still have applied the same policy tools and negative attitudes, like Slovakia, Czech Republic, Poland. They have very little immigration. The reason is political globalization that has been trying to bring a new mode of production where immigrants are no longer needed. If the pressure had been less, the policies would not be less restrictive because immigrants anyway are not needed in the new mode of protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hakan. So I think regarding time, we should start with the first panel. Just a note on language. Most of you are going to speak in English, but the students, for example, I see several students from UABC and other people, if they feel more comfortable speaking in Spanish or posing a question in Spanish, please do so. I think the moderators and the initiators will be kind enough to translate if necessary. So please feel free to ask questions in Spanish also. So with that, thank you very much, Dag, Luciana, Mauricio, Hakan. And we start with the first panel, moderated by our professor here at ENID, Enrique Camacho, with Ayol, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Fontana, and Zulia Orozco as initiators of the debate. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. For those just tuning on onto us by the internet, this is the Shifting Global Order and the Transformation of Refugees and Migration Regimes International Symposium. We are beginning the first panel, and I'm gonna, in the interest of time, I'm just going to give the floor to Iole Fontana, who is Assistant Professor, Department of Political Sciences in the University of Catania. She's gonna do some introductory remarks, and then we will have as well Zulia Orozco Reynoso, who is researcher in the Institute of Social Research in the Autonomous University of Baja California. She as well is gonna do introductory remarks. Please do.
Yes, thank you so much and good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here and to join this insightful conversation. I would like to contribute to open the debate on the focus of this first panel on the way how borders and migration governance are being reshaped in this new global order by sharing a couple of remarks and reflections that stem directly from my ongoing comparative research at the EU-Mediterranean border on the one hand, where I carried out fieldwork in Sicily, Tunisia, Senegal, and Morocco, and on the US-Mexico border, on the other hand, as part of my Fulbright at the University of Texas at El Paso. And I think that comparing the European Union, its migration policies in the Mediterranean with US migration policies at the southern border is extremely interesting for a couple of reasons. First of all, because in this way, we are not going to learn just the way how different regions are addressing migration pressures, but also because I think that comparing the EU and the US in this sense is extremely relevant to highlight the broader transformations, broader dynamics that go beyond single regional cases. And there are a couple of common trends that I would like to highlight. So first of all, I think that both the EU and the US are in a way contributing to shape a politics of non-entry. And that this is happening by developing a system of control that is layered and dispersed. And I think that this system of control is operating at three different levels. Inside the border, with forced return in the European Union, with deportation in the United States, with procedures that aims to limit access to protection. At the border, in terms of militarization, fortification of the border, walls, fences, enforcement, but also beyond the border itself. If we consider cooperation with third countries, if we consider externalization, so I'm thinking, of course, about Tunisia, about Libya, about Mexico, Guatemala, that are being turned into containment hubs, into de facto gatekeepers of both the EU and the United States. And I think that in this sense, what we are currently witnessing is a sort of paradox, because borders are becoming hardened and immobile for entry at the territorial edge of countries, but they are also becoming hypermobile in their capacity to intercept and contain migrants well before they get to the territorial frontier of a country. So this is, I think, an interesting paradox that we are witnessing in this new global order. And secondly, I think that for both the EU and the United States, the border is becoming a sort of stress test for democratic values, because I think it's very curious that we are dealing with two actors that are liberal democratic systems, championing for openness, for freedom of movement, for human rights, but at the same time adopting liberal and authoritarian logics at their borders. So it seems that, I think that nowadays the border is becoming a site of democratic contradiction in a way, where democratic values are being trampled by deterrence, by control, where ethical standards are compromised every day by daily border control practices. And of course, all these does have implications on the way how vulnerability itself is being shaped. I think that probably in order to get a sense of what is currently happening, it could be useful to use the concept of a trap, because my perception is that migrants and that mobility itself is being reshaped as a process where you have to overcome always and yet another border. So if you remain in your country of origin, you might risk your life. At the same time, if you decide to move, you might risk your life. If you get to country of transit, you might remain stuck. You might not be able to go back or to move forward. And I'm not thinking just about what is happening right now in Mexico, but I'm thinking also about sub-Saharan migrants stuck in Tunisia, unable to move forward to Italy, as well as unable to get back to their country by crossing again Libya. So just to conclude with these initial remarks. I completely agreed with what has been said so far, with what Hakan was said, because I think that, comparing empirically the EU and the US is demonstrating that there are indeed processes of convergence in terms of the adoption of restrictive migration policies. But I think that what is interesting is that we are not witnessing just a convergence toward restrictive migration policies, but I think we are witnessing something never experienced so far, in a sense that until a few years ago, there was indeed a gap between what was written in paper and done in practice, as Luciana was mentioning. But I think that nowadays it's not just a matter of a gap between what is said and what is done. I think that now we are, not just circumventing the norms, we are openly subverting the norms, going beyond, what is written on paper and not just circumventing, but openly subverting those norms. And so, I think the question is, why now? Why is it happening right now? Because restrictive migration policies have always been there. So why this is happening right now? And I agree with what Hakan was said. We have to look probably at broader global dynamics in terms of political globalization and this standardization of responses. I'll stop it here. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, great.
Thank you.
So hello, everyone. Good morning. Well, the symposium is conceived as a round table, so I'm gonna pick your brain and follow some of the ideas that have already mentioned by Luciana, Canan, and my fellow mate. I would like to mention that the border landscapes and the governance is rapidly evolving, likely not for the better. Globalization and high tech in the 1990s brought a significant shift into international borders. Two major historical events catalyzed the general and specific deterrence as a global border security policy. And the first one will be 9/11, terrorist attacks that brought in the national security and the state of exception into the border strips. The second historical event that catalyzed the general deterrence would be COVID-19 pandemic, which brought in rigorous regulation of movement patterns, favoring the elite classes for traveling. So there is clearly a before and after. Nowadays, mobility is complex, expansive, and selective, and heavily state control. In recent decades, immigration control has transitioned from an administrative role into one characterized by criminalization. That is because the treatment that authorities give us, they see us like a risk, where until proven the contrary or as innocent, we can be all terrorists for them. So it's not about the human right to mobility, but rather the individual substantial financial resources to remain in the country. In context of aporophobia and racism, since late 19th century, immigration laws have been tightened. However, border infrastructure remained largely untouched until recent decades. That will be since 1990s when globalization and high tech kicked in. So since 2006, government has partnership with private firms managing mobility flows through surveillance, detention, and militarization of technology. This is the approach of the border security industrial complex theory. So indeed, there is a multi-level border and immigration filters that now we see them in the border strip, but I'm wondering, because this is an open discussion for incoming years, if that border strip and that state of exception can go inland, and with some of these ideas, I'm picking your brain and continue the discussion in this roundtable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Professors Fontana and Orozco. Also, in the interest of time, I'm gonna use my cell phone to take the time of each participant. So if you hear the noise of my cell phone, it means that you consumed your 5 minutes. So please close in this next minute. We are going to begin with Anne-Catherine Corrales Oberlied. She's a postdoctoral research department in she's a postdoctoral research in the Department of Social Anthropology and Bergen. Please. Go, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, I thought it was 5 to 7 minutes, but well. We were asked, where are the borders in the new global order? And yesterday, we took a trip to look at the wall, which is right outside here, which is a physical manifestation of a territorial border. I have done research on Peruvian migrant women in California, and several of the women that I talked to had crossed the border without authorization into California from Mexico, not into Tijuana, but in the desert areas. And when I was standing there, their stories came back to me. The border appeared to me as hard and cold, a cold metal fixture, exclusionary and cynical, but also a colorful piece of art speaking of resistance. So my research focuses on migration and work, and is situated in the intersection of anthropology and sociology. So I look at the lived experiences of human people and human beings and how these politics affect their everyday lives. And my current research is on precarious and informal work in Norway. So in Norway, migrants and refugees are overrepresented in precarious jobs. So through this project, I became interested in what researchers call internal borders or internal frontiers or everyday bordering. As Etienne Balibar has said, borders have moved into the middle of political space. So since the turn of the millennium, we have increasingly seen a neoliberal definition of citizenship in countries in Western Europe. So permanent residency, citizenship, and family reunifications is something that you need to deserve and achieve. And it is often conditional on language requirements, but also on your position in the labor market, your income level, and your labor contract. And at the same time, we have witnessed what some researchers call the temporal turn, which means that protection for refugees is becoming increasingly more temporal and conditional, and particularly after the so-called refugee crisis in 2015. So to really understand borders within this climate, I find it important to focus on how changing migration control regimes and migration management intersects with what we call the changing world of work. So globalization, digitalization, and demographic changes such as migration and also an aging population in many Western European countries coincide with neoliberal policies of deregulation, outsourcing, increasing subcontracting, and also the weakening of trade unions. So migrants and refugees meet precarious labor markets and temporary and unsecure contracts in Norway. Many migrants, not the elites that Hakan talked about, of course. And the requirements for accessing welfare services and for obtaining permanent residency and family reunion are not in tune with this new labor market that we're seeing. For example, refugees in the food delivery sector might have to work 12 hours, 7 days a week to earn enough to obtain permanent residency or to apply for family reunion. And I've also interviewed Eastern European construction workers, and as EU citizens, they are able to cross the border freely and to take up work. But to have access to a broad range of rights in the welfare state, they need a social security number. And according to the law, Norwegian law, to obtain a social security number, you have to prove your intention of that you're going to stay in the country for 6 months. But the tax authorities, they tend to ask them to show a labor contract that lasts for 6 months. So I met Polish construction workers that had lived and worked in Norway for 15 years, but they never had a labor contract that lasted more than 1 or 2 weeks at a time. So here we see, and then they're not able to get the social security number, and they're not able to get I'm going to wrap up now, and to get access to welfare services. So we see here that the border for these people are lowered at the edges of the territory for Eastern European migrants coming into Norway. However, it manifests in the labor market and in the welfare state. So street-level bureaucrats in the welfare system then become border agents. The same is for employers. They also become border agents. So we see here that the border moves into the labor market and into the welfare state. So really, to understand where borders are found today, I argue that we have to study the ways in which migration management intersects with changing labor and welfare regimes as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's been some kind of cross signals here. Some people say that it's been structured as it is on paper. Some people say it isn't. Is it or is it not? Okay, let's try the unstructured version of this. So everyone knows to which panel each belong, and everyone is welcome to participate, to take their 5 to 6 minutes to participate. Not in the order that is on paper, not necessarily. So does anybody feel the need to jump in right now? Okay, please.
Hi.
Please say your name. And
I'm Yetza Bojorquez. I'm a professor researcher in el Colegio de la Frontera Norte here in Tijuana. And I'm a researcher in the, my area of research is public health and migration, health systems, etc. So I wanted to jump in because I want to talk about internal bordering and the health system as the bordering work of the health system. So the health systems are defined by WHO as the set of activities, resources, institutions, etc., that are devoted by society to maintain or promote the health of its populations, the society's populations. So one main issue about that is that usually health systems are thought of as closed systems bound by geographical borders of the nation state. No? So if you read books on health systems or health system research, they are always about the health system of Mexico, the health system of the US, the health system of Cuba, the health system of such and such country. What is seldom seen in this framework is how this contributes to bordering, of course, but also how this is not really true. So the many ways in which health systems are porous, they interact with each other, and that's quite easy to see in border areas like this, but it's also true in longer distance traveling for the purposes of seeking healthcare in different countries. So I think what is interesting in this regard and in relationship with migration is how this idea of the health system as bound by national borders reflects in the way the health system responds to migrants. So when a system is think of something that is it's owned by the society, by the national society, these kinds of exclusions are like natural in a way, like embedded in the system itself. On the other hand, in a slightly different subject, I think what is interesting in Latin America in health systems and probably in other areas too, it has been said before now in this table, is how Latin American health systems are quite open and inclusive in paper, in the norm, in the law, but in practice they are exclusive of migrants in different ways. So how to think about these exclusions? I usually think about these exclusions in terms of implementation gaps. So we have a public policy that is open and there's a gap in the implementation of the policy. But that's probably a very light way of thinking about it, because actually what are these implementation gaps doing in terms of excluding certain types of people? So, for example, just last week, a new decree was passed to create the universal health system in Mexico, which is a huge change, for the country. And this decree includes the provision that one of the main areas of the working towards the new universal health system is developing a credential, a card, an identity card, which is going to be linked between the health system and the Ministry of the Interior, Secretaría de Gobernación. And it's based on the National Identification Number, which is called the CURP, C-U-R-P, and which has famously functioned as a barrier for migrants to access the health system. So it is embedded in this supposed universalization of the system, an exclusion of those who are not able to obtain this CURP, this ID number, and also the idea of the health system as part of a state system of, surveillance, control, etc. So you have a crossover between the data sets of different agencies. One of them, the agency in charge of migration. So in this sense, I like this idea of democratic contradiction. I think it's very interesting how this is playing out in the health system right now. And if I still have a couple of minutes, yeah, I do. One, okay, in 1 minute. Another area I wanted to touch is about intergovernmental collaboration and how the governments collaborate. And of course, the pandemic-related exclusions to mobility are one phase of it, Title 42, which of course many of you know of. But there's also these local and not local, but regional, well, also local transborder initiatives of that recognize this characteristic of the systems to be interrelated, of the health systems of different countries. And one of them that is very interesting is how they work in Central America to allow people who are moving for labor reasons to access the health system of a different country. So I think there are also interesting practices in that area. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Professor Graber-Ladek asks for the word, please.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Felicidades por este evento. And I'll switch now to English. And I'd like to compliment a little bit about the new borders as Anne, Catherine, and Isa were speaking about. But first, I want to congratulate you for hosting this event on the border in Tijuana. I think it would have been probably easier to host this in Mexico City, but just yesterday, we were able to accompany the group to go to a couple of shelters and to see the border wall into the ocean. And I think these are very tangible ways of seeing what is happening and also having it in Mexico. Mexico is a country of transit, origin, return, and destination more and more. And so this is a great place to talk about these discussions. In terms of new borders, I think it's really important to recognize that for migrants, the U.S. border is effectively closed. There isn't an option to cross, and if you cross, it's incredibly risky because you do risk deportation to a third country, whether that's in the Americas or even far away, such as in Africa. And so this idea of new borders is also the idea of pushing at least the U.S. border further south. And we've seen this in Mexico over the past several years, where there's an incredible amount of pressure on the Mexican government to make sure that migrants didn't arrive to the U.S. border. And so they were moving people. As they moved up to the north, they were moving the migrants down to the south. They moved up to the north, they moved them down to the south. It was like an exhaustion policy in the hopes that they wouldn't be detected on the north. And so I think that this really is, as we push the border down, this also has effect of migrants as they seek their destination. And I'll talk a little bit about how that's changed. So what we're seeing is there's more enforcement, there's more regulation within a country, and this is not just in Mexico, but throughout the Americas, to try to prevent migrants from even reaching that next northern border, well, wherever it is. And then, of course, we have the, and my colleagues who spoke before on the panel both talked a little bit about this idea of a metaphorical border in terms of limited access to services. When you have people who are not documented, and so they aren't able to access services like education for their children, like health services, that has a huge impact, and also dignified work. I think those are important to recognize, that these borders then become even a border in terms of access to services. The second point that I wanted to bring up is probably what I think that this probing question that was asked, what about the lived experience of migrants? And I think this is probably the most important question that we will discuss today. And that is, because of the situation that we're seeing in Mexico, for example, where they cannot go into the United States, but there isn't a regulatory process, there's not a route for them to get their documentation to access all these services that I just mentioned. That means that they become invisible in Mexico, and their stance, their time frame in these countries, whether it's Mexico or any of the other countries where they now find themselves stranded, it becomes longer and longer. And so they don't have access to dignified work. They don't have access to the services. They become invisible. And then you mix in with that organized crime, because they become targets for organized crime, which has had as with Ambassador Nider, we were talking about this topic in terms of for organized crime, the incredible income that they have made over migrants over the past 5 years. The U.S. Embassy was estimating that it's an $8 to $12 billion industry a year when we talk about migration, and that is trafficking, smuggling, crimes against migrants, kidnapping, extortion, et cetera. So when we talk about the lived experience of migrants, IOM, we have over 125 staff in Mexico alone, and that's after huge budget cuts. And we have 8 offices. And so from here, we really have our finger on the pulse in terms of what's happening to these migrants. We also in the past have done a lot of studies, surveys, asking the migrants, what are your plans? How long have you been migrating? What's your country of destination? And these profiles are really changing because they cannot go to the United States anymore. And so what is their plan B? And one question we ask is, would you return to your country of origin? Will you return to your country of origin? And between 65 and 70% tell us that they will not. They cannot, they do not want to, for many reasons, the crime, the political persecution, abject poverty, et cetera. And so what does this mean to these people who want to stay in their country of origin, or really don't have, want to stay in the current country where they are, but they don't have the option for their country of destination, which was the US, especially when they had a lot of family, the idea of being able to make 10 times what they'd make in any other country. And so how do we integrate these people, at least for the next few years, in the countries where they find themselves in this moment? And in closing, I want to talk a little bit, Hakan, you mentioned about the xenophobia, the racism, and how this is being used as a political tool. Luckily not in Mexico, that's one advantage that we have, but in many other countries we're seeing this. And so using migrants as a political tool for elections and painting them as criminals or other narratives that are completely false, when the statistics and the research demonstrates exactly the opposite. So I think this is something we also need to really think about. What is it? We can talk academically about movements and borders and these topics, but what does it mean for a migrant who's actually experiencing this? So I do appreciate that that was included in the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Even though we tried the unstructured version of this, everyone asked for the participation in the order. So I'm sorry for that. Please, Mario. But in the following panels, don't feel obligated to take your participation in the order. Just ask for the let's try to be less structured in the following panels.
hear?
That's what we try to say. Please, Mario, go on.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. So first of all, Hans, thank you so much for the effort. It's pretty, sorry, Hakan, sorry. It's pretty quite powerful, you suggest, in relation with the capitalism and the border and the workers. So I'm a bit more optimistic with the relation between migrants and borders. And I'm going to explain or to expose two aims. First of all, in my doctoral research, I try to analyze the relation between subsistence and migrants, specifically in the relation with Black migrants in the border here in Tijuana, in one of the most dangerous areas. Its name is Zona Norte, so it's a pretty contradictory zone here in Tijuana. So in my research, I try to analyze the border work, as Rumford suggests, that have the migrants against mafia, for instance, against all the illegal activities in this area. And I would like to explore, for instance, the relation between gender, class, even nation, but specifically with Black migrants here in the border between Mexico and United States. So my first results conclude that we used to think a traditional vision of the migration between global south to global north. But in this border now, in the last years, we can see other ways of migration. For instance, Afro-America that came from California to Mexico. So one of the most interesting things in this kind of intersection is that even people from Africa, even from people from Caribbean and Afro-American, they are black Afro-descendants, you know, so it's quite important to explore this kind of non-traditional migration. So on the other hand, I would like to give a small approach because I was talking with Hakan. I'm collaborating with Humanizando la Deportación, Humanizing the Deportation. So we have been working with over 8 years with the migration. Unfortunately, now we are with Douglas Oviedo. He wrote this book. So its name is Caravaneros. And this book explains the relation of the Caravanas Migrantes in 2018. So as you can see, I don't know if you know all the traditional migration in this border, but in 20, Douglas knows a lot. Tú sabes mucho más que yo de la situación, but it's pretty interesting that we are experimenting now a different kind of migration in terms of regimes, in terms of mobility. So I was talking with Douglas. What do you think about this kind of migration with the new regime? He got the asylum in that year and now he's resident, but we don't have this kind of experience now in this time. So Mexico now is a destiny. And first of all, we have to change all the relation to analysis, how we can analyze that border work in this age. So on the other hand, how we can shift the traditional way to explore the relation between researcher and the object of the research, if we can say. So with Humanizing the Deportation, we try to give the voice to the migrants. And for instance, he writes the book. So this is one of the most important efforts that we try to do, but it's quite difficult because of the resources, of the economical resources, or charities of UC Davis. So he has some resources, but we still work with that in that way. So thank you so much, and we can follow up the conversation later.
Hello. Yes, please.
Now? What about now? All right. All right. So my name is Pierre. I'm a political scientist. I'm a big fan of absence of structure when it comes to talks. So I'm not going to take 5 minutes, perhaps more, perhaps less. We will see, I guess. You'll have to watch the time. I think there are lots of very interesting things that have been said so far. I have the advantage of being the last on the list, so it's easy for me to kind of pick up on the things that you have said. There are lots of things. Zulia, if I'm saying that correctly, you mentioned the technological changes in the border management, the presence of private companies in the bordering processes. And Catherine, you mentioned, and also it was also taken by Dana over there, the idea of metaphorical borders, the omnipresence of borders. Mario, you mentioned the idea of giving voice to migrants. And I think all that merges very much into, so my work is more on refugee status determination, where we have more and more the presence of technology, especially AI, which is modifying the way asylum requests are being assessed. So migrants are more and more losing their voice in the sense that the process is run through AI models, which provide probabilities as to whether someone's story is accurate or not. Results that are basically numbers, which are very difficult for migrants to contest when it comes to saying, okay, this is wrong. I am actually from that place, not from the one that the model is deciding. We have the same problem with the idea of what is it called? Dialect pattern recognition. So those softwares that basically analyze where you're from on the basis of your language, which is also very often wrong when it comes to small dialects that come from small places. We don't know how those models are trained. So going back to the technological aspect. So for maybe they may be trained on small populations, on male, for instance, which obviously provides wrong results when it comes to investigating children's country of origin. So we have a lot of dynamics here that are basically mixing all those aspects. So where are the borders? I think they are everywhere, which is what you were saying. Where is the voice of migrants? I think it's disappearing. So it's very good that some people are actually bringing that back on the table. And all that, to go back to what Jetsa was saying, it goes back to a democratic contradiction. So there is a big tension between who is deciding those measures, who is adopting those policies, and who is actually contributing to deciding how those policies are adopted. So on the one hand, and this is something that I was planning to talk about a little bit later on today, but this is something that we see clearly in the sense that very often democratic regimes, actually all democratic regimes, tend to give the word to their citizens in order to decide on policies, and rarely to migrants who are the ones being exposed to the policies that they have to basically challenge and yeah. So I don't know if it's 5 minutes. I'm sure it's unstructured, so we're getting there. So I'll give you back the microphone.
You still have 2 minutes. So. Okay, thank you very much. So that's all the participants of the panel. So if anybody wants to jump in, if you are in the back, just raise your hand violently so I can see you. Yes, please. Back there, please state your name and affiliation so everyone can identify you.
Thank you. My name is America. I'm a master's student from the university, the Autonomous University of Baja California, the UABC. And regarding your comments, I was actually making the comparison with what it was said about the privilege of some migrants that they have with some situations that we have here in Mexico. And yeah, even though we don't have as much as xenophobia and racism as other countries such as the US, I do believe that we were able to see a little bit of prejudice that we have for migrants. I believe the year was 2019 when we were having a lot of migrants coming to Mexico, especially here in Tijuana, that we were able to see the opinion of some of the citizens that were not used to as many migrants coming here to Mexico. It was kind of like an eye-opener to see some of the opinions that we had. And I remember I was just entering the bachelor's in law when we were discussing these topics in class and how we we're not used to. And even though we did complain about some of the migration laws or even regimens that the US had, we were not prepared as they were. We were prepared to be a transit country, but we were not prepared to be a destination country, or even for them to stay a little bit longer than we usually were used to. And then you can do the contrast with the privileged migrants that are coming to Mexico because it's cheaper to live here, such as the some of the U.S. workers, especially now with with home office workers that are able to live in Mexico, spend in Mexican pesos, but their work is in the U.S., or even the retired workers and the gentrifications that this migration, that this type of migration is having here in Mexico, and also how we react to it, because we are experience a little bit of what maybe other countries have been experiencing for years. We were used to being a transit country, but not really a destination country to this privileged immigrants, let's say, but also to the immigrants that were looking forward going to the US, but were not able to because of this last year's immigration laws that they have, but also how unprepared we are here in Mexico, as you have said, in the workspace and also in the healthcare system, and how many other barriers that we have for the immigrants that they have to continue their life. They cannot just not do anything. They cannot just not get sick, not work, so they can have food, so they can provide for their families, and even children that they cannot just not study. It's part of the human rights that they have. And I remember, just a quick comment, I remember a few years ago how there was a program starting for immigrant children that were not that did not have Spanish as their first language, and how much harder it was for them to start school, in contrast to maybe some Latin American immigrant children that, even though they were in a whole new country, they did have this advantage of knowing the let's say, not the official language, because Mexico doesn't have an official language, but the language that was most spoken for. So I appreciate really the comments that you guys have. Thank you.
Much. Now we have a comeback from Professor Orozco. Go on, Professor Orozco.
Yeah, listo. Yeah, thank you so much. So I would like to remind everyone that at least the Tijuana-San Diego border was not like now we see it nowadays. It has changed dramatically, basically in the past 30 years, but much specifically since 2006 with President George W. Bush that enhanced the fence. So I'm actually worried that the border strip deterrence and criminalization, it's taking place in any case of mobility, whether you have or not documents. So there is like a politics or governmentality of fear, when you cross. And as Pierre mentioned, I am sick worried of whatever might come in the next few years, because before COVID-19, technology was not so harsh in the borders and inland as well. So nowadays, today, as we speak, we have AI-powered surveillance, autonomous drones, biometric scanners, sensors-equipped small towers, thermal cameras, digital forensic tools. Remember the e-gates when we travel, radars and sensors, quadrupedal machines, and behavioral analytics aiming for faster identification of potential risk. They all see us like a risk. And I'm sick worried of what might come next. So what I would like to ask you is, can we think of a different future? Can we truly see a different future? Or are we just entering this phase of getting even worse, Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
I'm gonna try to answer Zulia's question, but first, I wanted to make a comment to Anne Catherine because I found that what she works on, I already submerged myself a little bit this year because and shout out to Tania Garcia, who could not be here, but we worked together on a paper recently this year on precarious and informal work here in Tijuana and San Diego as a mirroring situation in which migrants work in domestic jobs and as part of a way that globalization tries to work against migration because most people that work in domestic jobs in San Diego, they're Mexican migrants. And most domestic workers here in Tijuana are migrants from other places, not from Tijuana, maybe from Mexico, but internal migrants, or from South America. So we have this mirroring situation in which the most privileged people or classes here in Tijuana and San Diego need these migrants, and they abuse the system because without those migrants, they could not have their gardens clean and their houses in great shape. Yes. So we have that paper that we work in our research line here at ENID, and it's going to be published, I think, in the near future. Yes, Enrique? It's going to be published soon, I hope. And well, it's just trying to touch this base and so we can be kinder spirits in a way, and we can talk about it later, I think. So thank you. And Zulia, well, yes, I have the same, I worry a lot, and because, well, not only I work here in this area because I was born in this area, and I've too seen the changes, and I live very near the San Isidro border, so I see the changing like technologies, and I see the drones and the helicopters, and just as I think it's I'm optimistic in a way that this border is symbiotic and they need us as we need them. And I believe that we can find a way to work together in a sense. I don't think it's viable for this border to be closed. I don't think it's gonna be. When we were on COVID-19 and the border was partly closed, the economy on that side of the border was in really bad shape. Most businesses closed, and it was really hard for people there. And I think it was hard for us too. So I'm just optimistic. I'm gonna be like the other side, like of whatever is that worrying
is. So I just gonna try to be positive here, but I really do think that it's gonna be a shifting politics next presidential election in the U.S. I think it has to be, but I don't know. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you very much. Before I give the participation to Professor Van Wollenhem, I wanted to ask if you wanted to reboot. Yes.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your comment, and your paper sounds really interesting, and I would really like to do some bonding afterwards. And I really, I'm happy to hear your optimism. I'm not sure if I share it, unfortunately. I just wanted to comment something that I thought about yesterday in terms of, you talk about the symbiosis, but on a more negative note, unfortunately. I thought it was very interesting. We went to Casa Migrante, and the leader there, or the manager, he talked about the call centers. So, and they are giving support, as Casa Migrante, to deportees. And they have this idea of, providing them with skills, so they know English, but they might have digital competencies. So for them to then be able to work in the call centers, and it just brought this picture of capitalism and how capitalism works in relation to migration to my mind, that how then, the US outsources call centers across the border, and then deports people that are in a precarious condition, and then, can work in these call centers and also be, I guess, taken advantage of. And then the role then, I don't know, there was just an idea that the role then that the Casa Migrante gets, which is complex, in supporting them to get a job and to have a life, but also kind of feeding the system in a way. So just wanted to throw that out, that was something I thought of.
Thank you very much. And now Professor Van Wollenhem asked to.
Is it working? Yes. Michelle, you are optimistic for the next US election. I think that's a debate for another day, but I just want to say these few words because I think it's important to think about that, but this is not a conversation for today. Trump is there, but Trump is only a representation of something that is going down deeper, like an underlying dynamic that is happening in the US. The next president may be better, a little better, but certainly not so much better. So we'll see, but I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're right. But just to go back to the question, where is this all going? And I think this is the crux of the matter. This is just such a complex affair. And you provided a large list of technological items that are deployed. They are deployed in Europe as well. The European Union has this border agency that's called Frontex. Its budget has been increasing so much over the years. I think it more than doubled between 2015 and 2020, like something like now it's around 600 million euros. So it's very large. They have all the stuff that you mentioned, like all the fancy little toys. But at the end of the day, those are just more walls, right? It's just more ways to implement the walls. What I would like to think about is what are the regulations behind those tools, behind using this or that. And more precisely, and this is going back to your first question, which I think is the real issue here, is how are those toys operated? Who is operating those things, and in what regulatory context? So now there is a lot of technology that can be deployed. This technology is operated by private companies. It's generated by private companies. Private companies that must be accountable to democratic principles. They must be accountable to the policymakers. But the question is there at this very moment a regulatory framework that actually monitors the way those things are being used on the ground? And honestly, I would love to hear if anyone has some element of answers on this, because this is really something that matters. Yeah. Okay, that works.
Thank you. Someone in the back wants to talk? Someone here on the Russian table? Thank you very much for that kind of movement. Please, over there. Just do that. If you have a question or a participation, please just do that.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Tomas Humberto. I'm a master's student at the Autonomous University of the State, UABC or UABC. I have been working with people who is seeking for refugee right here in the border. I have been working with social civility organizations. And I think that one of the most important things that we have to start talking is not just about the access of the migrant people to all of the different kind of services, right? Education, healthcare, etc. I think that we have to start talking and identifying that most of the services, I mean, the key to access to all of the services, it's okay. But we have to identify that there's only one authority right here in Mexico that can give you the key to all of the services. And I'm talking about the COMAR, right? La Comisión Mexicana de Ayuda a Refugiados. We have to start talking about the budget that they annually have right here in Mexico. Why? Because, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the annual national budget of the COMAR, it's around 50 million pesos. I don't know if I'm incorrect, but a little bit less, a little bit more. So we can see like that 2 years ago, right here in Tijuana, just in Tijuana, the federal government used to pay daily planes to take migrants back to Tabasco, right? So in 1 month, they spent more than the double of the annual budget of COMAR in the whole country. So we have to start talking about the budget that they have to work and to give access to the migrant people right here, at least in the northern border, right? We cannot talk about the southern border because it's more complex than that. But I think we have to start talking about how they manage the public budget and how they tag the budget with COMAR, because right now, I think they have like just 4 personal members of the staff in COMAR. So it's almost impossible to attend the needs of migrant people right here in Tijuana. So I know that since Trump entered to the administration, they cut a lot of different kind of funds, and they cut a lot of money for social civilities right here in Mexico and in Tijuana. In Mexico and the US, right? Most of the social civility organizations right here in Mexico were funded by federal US governmental budget. So it's really important to see that right now we have a crisis because of that, because they cut a really, really big amount of the budget that they used to direct to help of migrant persons right here in the border. So it is not such as bad to have documentation, to have a lot of, how can I say, a lot of small locks to access to a lot of public services. I mean, that's part of every political system in the world. But I think we have to start seeing what COMAR is doing right here in Mexico, because they can give you the key to access to a lot of different kind of services. I mean, there are not these services are not perfect, but they help some people, right? So there's some people that it's affected right now because of the gestion, I mean, for the administration of how Comar is doing the things right here, at least in the border. So we have to start talking these kind of conversations, because if they don't have the budget to help, I mean, in 2024, there was 100,000 and 131,000 people seeking for refuge in Mexico. So it's almost impossible to attend all of these people with the budget that the Mexican federal government assigns to them. So I think we as students, as professors, as UN agencies in Mexico, we have to start talking these conversations, because there's no way that a migrant community in Mexico who is seeking for refugee right here can be attended if we still have this kind of budgets that we used to have 20 years ago, when the migrant fluctuation was way different and way smaller, right? Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Put the money where your mouth is, they say, isn't it? A little bird told me that Douglas wants to participate. Don't be shy, Douglas.
Muy buenos días a todos. No speak in English, ¿ok? Mi nombre es Douglas Oviedo, soy de nacionalidad hondureña. En el 2018 me convertí en el líder principal de la segunda caravana más grande que ha existido de la historia de la migración, y donde México fue protagonista de todo lo que se vivió con las caravanas. Y estando aquí con ustedes veo a la gente de ACNUR, ¿verdad? Que en ese tiempo pues tuvimos esa protección, ese bello acompañamiento con toda nuestra gente centroamericana y de Honduras. Y llegar aquí a la ciudad de Tijuana para nosotros fue una gran pregunta que hasta el día de hoy muchos se hacen, que por qué la caravana de inmigrantes llegó a Tijuana en el 2018. Y hasta el día de hoy también yo me la sigo preguntando. Pero déjenme decirles de que creo que Tijuana fue el lugar especial para nosotros, que hasta el día de hoy lo recuerdo. Siendo migrante de la caravana y siendo líder de la caravana, pues nos enfrentamos a muchas cosas, y una de esas cosas fue el muro, ¿verdad? Que tenemos aquí enfrente, donde San Diego solamente nos queda como a 15, 45 minutos caminando para poder llegar ahí, pero cruzar la frontera fue muy difícil. Y después de ser el líder de la caravana, me doy cuenta que también soy un migrante más que quiere buscar el sueño americano para poder sacar adelante a mis hijos, a mi familia que dejé en Honduras. En ese momento, pues, me atreví a buscar lo que fue el gran número de asilo en ese entonces, donde en el 2019, con todas las políticas que el presidente Donald Trump pudo levantar bajo el programa MPP, el título 42, la CBP-1, y pues tantos programas que se hicieron que prácticamente pues fueron ilegales en ese entonces con el MPP, ya que fuimos retornados a Tijuana. En medio de eso fui privilegiado, ya que pude ganarle mi asilo al presidente en ese tiempo, ¿verdad? Gané mi asilo en el 2019 con la ayuda de mi gran abogada Lisa Knox, donde ahora pues después de 7 años de estar viviendo en Estados Unidos, pude ganar mi residencia, y siempre dije, cuando sea residente, el primer lugar que voy a visitar va a ser Tijuana, porque siento un gran compromiso de poder agradecerle a toda la comunidad tijuanense por haber apoyado a todos los migrantes. Ahora sabemos muy bien de que hay muchos problemas, ¿verdad? Que están pasando dentro del país, también fuera. En la frontera, la migración pues no ha disminuido, hay miles de inmigrantes que siguen saliendo de nuestros países, pero la persecución que vivimos dentro de Estados Unidos también ahora es un poco mayor y es mayor, ¿verdad? Esperamos que esto pueda bajar en su momento, y que realmente nosotros los migrantes que hemos construido, nos hemos dedicado a trabajar en Estados Unidos para poder hacer crecer el país y hacer ver bien el país, pues esperamos que no podamos seguir con esta persecución. En ese tiempo que estuve aquí, pues le doy gracias a Dios porque pude escribir mi libro Caravaneros, ¿verdad? De Douglas Oviedo, que habla acerca de la verdadera esencia de lo que es la caravana migrante 2018. Y quiero darle las gracias ¿verdad? Por este pequeño espacio y por estas palabras. Creo que estar aquí como migrante me hace único porque sé que todos pues vienen del otro lado, otros son mexicanos, pero estar aquí como migrante me hace representar a mi comunidad. Muchas gracias.
¿Dónde podemos encontrar el libro? Douglas, ¿dónde podemos encontrar el libro? Okay. I'm not going to make justice to the testimony, mainly because I had a martini last night. Yes, just 1 second. Douglas Oviedo, he has been part of the caravans that reached Tijuana from Honduras. He, as many other people, ask why they had to travel to Tijuana, and especially when they faced the wall and asked for asylum, particularly facing the negative policies from President Trump, who returned many of them. But finally, he had the residency in the US, and he said that the first place that he wanted to revisit after obtaining his residency was Tijuana, mainly because he wants to give back to the community that received him. And many of these things are concentrated in his book, Caravaneros, from Douglas Oviedo. Please reach the book. I have one other participation here. Yes, go on.
Me? Yeah, thank you. Of course, this is one of the rare good examples that we're happy to hear about. And it was very illuminating to learn about this. I will try to find that book and understand it. What I think is that for this panel, as Sulia said, the most important thing is to start talking about whether we can imagine a good future regarding the human rights of migrants, which are in decay now. The general thing is that these are in decay, and we have a new governance system that is being dominated by technology. And actually, we are led to believe that it is the states that are doing this. Not necessarily. The states are also becoming the tools of this global regime. And there are few global institutions that are fighting this back. They are sitting here, UNHCR and IOM. There are two different kinds of globalization. One of them is the market globalization that we are now contained by, and the other is the humanitarian globalization that are represented by the global institutions that had been developed in the post-war area. UN, UNHCR, IOM, which became part of the UN system in the recent years. What can we do? How can we use these humanitarian global institutions, for example, to promote the human rights of migrants? And what else can we do? For example, to use these technologies, as Pierre said, it is not the fault of the technologies themselves, but it is the intentions behind these technologies that is weakening the human rights of migrants. How can we use these technologies, for example, to strengthen the human rights of migrants? It looks like this global development is progressing. It is beyond our control, even the state's control, beyond the state's control. How can we imagine a global migrant protection system within this hopeless-looking new global system? I'm sure you might have some ideas about it if you're allowed to say anything about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for just one last. Yes, please, go on.
For both agencies, really quickly. I think that both as IOM and UNHCR, we're very pleased to be in this space because I think we're the only non-academic entity that is here. And so it's great to be able to provide our perspective. I think it's really important when we're looking at technology. IOM is actually quite involved in this in terms of border management. We have our own technology that's a passport reader, the second line passport reader. And so using this technology not only to identify fraudulent documents, but also then the technology is linked regionally for every country that is implementing this passport reader. And so the transnational crime or people who are fraudulently using passports, that can be tracked around the world. And so this is all online. It's called DESC, DESC. And you can see even last year, we hosted a regional conference in Panama about document examination and how to apply these tools, capacity building, et cetera, to this. And then your second point, Hakan, was using the international organizations to promote
the human rights of migrants.
Okay, right. Well, I think that's our mandate. My people in human mobility, and I think that the more that we can have the support of private sector, academics, the governments to help us do our work. And we're in this crisis right now because we have lost so much funding, not just from the United States, but also from other governments who are now dedicating less funding to overseas development and more funding to the military. And so that's, I think, key is to help us do our work by promoting, advocating, and at the end of the day, we need funds to be able to do our great work.
Just a small replic. You all must be following the outcomes of the Epstein files. Recently, we have heard that a former finance minister in a country said that he would like to see the World Economic Forum replace the United Nations. Which means that he wants to give more power to the global economic elite in steering of the world, and these kinds of political issues are very heavy, probably, to deal with at the sub-level of the United Nations. But I'm wondering if there are internal talks about such things in the UNHCR and in IOM about how to regain the control over the global discourse regarding migrants, human rights of migrants. One thing that I was wondering is also reading the Global Compact on Refugees. I see that it was mentioned by several people here. The private sector is given a prominent status in helping the refugees. I know that I've been contacting with the United UNHCR for a very long time and collaborated with them. I know that the intention is to use any other possibility to help refugees, but how is it actually working? Yeah.
Thank you very much. These panelists, you want to? Yes, please, go. Just last one participation, please.
Thank you. Perhaps very briefly on your last point. Is it working? Se escucha. I think in the United Nations, UNHCR, other UN agencies, we are looking at it, and our outgoing High Commissioner repeatedly said this is not just a financial crisis, but it's also a crisis of morals. Because I think there's a perception or a sense that the same morals, just advocating for human rights, it's just not enough. There's not interest in listening to that. So I think in this new world order, we as the United Nations, and I'm speaking for UNHCR, we also need to adapt our way of working, advocacy, And we need to link it to how the world is working and accept that just preaching legal principles, human rights is just not enough. We're not gonna get the results. We're not gonna be able to help the populations falling under our mandates. So we need to link it also to economy. There is this saying, follow the money. Of course, human rights principles in our mandate will always be our guiding principle, but I think increasingly there's a need for us to apply what we refer to as principled pragmacy, or being pragmatic. Principled, but pragmatic. Yeah. And I think we need to work increasingly with the private sector and demonstrate to governments that human ability equals human growth. I think everybody knows that, but to show that concretely and implement that in the day-to-day, I think is really what we need to increasingly demonstrate. And also to try to be helpful to governments. We cannot just preach and tell them, no, not like this, not like that, but try to show how to manage challenges of mixed movements, refugees and migrants arriving together, many of them applying for asylum for lack of other options. I think one concrete example, very briefly, is Mexico. When you look at the situation here in Mexico, you have a president who's very focused on economic growth, Plan Mexico, development. Here in Mexico, I think you have something, according to the Plan Mexico platform, 1.2 million vacancies, and the private sector is struggling to fill these vacancies. And World Bank reports are saying that one of the main reasons the Mexican economy is not further advancing, it is advanced. I think it's in the 12th or 13th place globally, but I understand that the president's objective during her tenure is to make basically Mexico and the Mexican economy become one of the top 10 economies. One way, and one of the reasons they're not advancing according to the World Bank, is because they're not able to fill these vacancies, and the private sector is struggling. They're very happy to hire foreigners, refugees, migrants, asylum seekers. I think there's also scope for Mexicans being deported, but the question is how to help them get into the economy and how to contribute to economic growth. And I think there, UN agencies and us working closely together, we can play a catalyst role, a helpful role, and also show the benefits of human mobility and the linkages to human growth, and also demonstrating to the neighbor in the north efforts to stabilize populations and socioeconomic inclusion. So I think there are a lot of opportunities there in a country like Mexico.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I had to be horrible about the time, but it was only in the interest over the discussion and exchange. And this panel has been fantastic, really. And you're going to thank me when we reach the tacos, really. One quickly request. We have our second panel called Refugees, Multi-Level Governance, and the Transformation of the Protection in an Changing Global Order. That's going to be our second panel. We are going to have a quick coffee break, but we want to take a picture on the roof of everyone. So everyone is welcome to go through the stairs up into the roof. So we're going to have a quick picture. Please mind your feet because we are under construction in the first floor. So be careful with your feet. Just follow the lead of Marichui, who is going to take you to the roof. And then we will need to be back for the second panel, 11:20, 11:20, so we can start 11:30 on time. Thank you very much to everyone.
Bueno, sí, para continuar con la mesa. ¿Qué poder de convocatoria tengo, eh? La tiene Marichuy, que la estaba cargando. La puse otra vez acá. Sí. Me acordé de traerla. No me acordé de cargarla. Por favor, si pueden pasar a tomar sus lugares. How do you say, please take your seats in Norwegian? Well, thank you very much. We're going to continue with our second panel, Refugees, Multi-Level Governance and the Transformation of Protection in a Changing Global Order. We're going to follow the same lead as Enrique Camacho said regarding interventions and participations. And for this panel, we have two initiators, Guillermo Estrada Adan from the Legal Research Institute, and also Anne Brigitte Krum Hansen, a deputy representative of UNHCR in Mexico. Let me just remind you the questions that were posed at the beginning for the program. I'm sure Hakan and Luciana worked heavily on these questions so they can help as an orientation for the debate and they can focus on certain topics. So the questions are, who are the refugees, asylum seekers, and other protection seekers in the new global order? That's the first one. The second one is, how is international law, including refugee law, human rights law, and emerging soft law frameworks being reinterpreted, stretched, or contested in the current global order? The third question for our panel is there a conflation of the migrant and the refugee asylum seeker? categories in the emerging global, regional norms and legal frameworks. For example, UN's 2 global compacts on migration and refugees, the EU New Pact on Migration and Asylum. Then we have the question, if so, how is this mirrored in the regional multi-level governance frameworks? And how do these transformations affect the international refugee regimen? And the last one, what about the lived experiences of refugees and asylum seekers? So with that in mind, I'm going to pass the floor first to Guillermo and then to Anne-Brigitte. Guillermo, please.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me, Luciana, and Hakan, thank you very much. And thank you, Juan, for having me here in Tijuana. So I'm aware that the big issue of this seminar is migration, and maybe you can answer precisely these great questions. But from international law, so I'm professor in public international law. So I'm afraid that we need to discuss some previous issues before we think the human mobility. And we are in a very confused situation now, so in which we do not understand what is happening in the world, so what we should do, or who someone, I mean, Trump, Netanyahu, something like that, or something is. So we need to understand, first of all, the phenomena now from international law. And let me present around 3 points in this brief presentation. So the first point concerns the crisis in international law. So is there a crisis? It's just maybe an abstract question, but I do like to say something about that. And the consequences in human mobility. So this is the first point. Some questions could be, how should we understand this crisis? And is it perceived differently when viewed from the global south than when viewed from the north, from the global north? So I know there is a significant literature about crisis in international laws, but I think we can distinguish between at least 2 ways of understanding the current moment. So the first one is an skeptical, maybe optimistic in one sense, of the crisis. And from this perspective, the difficult cases, I mean Trump, Iran, Venezuela, Putin, Netanyahu, the genocides, describe a moment of turbulence, even maybe of rupture of international order, but we know it's a temporary situation. After next November, for example, then next November, after the US elections, which would reorganize the Congress in US, hopefully. And the international order could be reorganized from there. So I agree with Peter, and I think that Trump is not, so it's not the problem. So the problem is beyond Trump. But this is an skeptical perspective of crisis in international law. The second one is a more transformative interpretation of the world. And from this perspective, post-war international law and international order and globalization cannot just return to its previous form. Something deeper has changed. Something structural is at play. To put it more clearly, I would suggest that today we are playing at 2 different poker tables. One of them, maybe in the international institutions seem to continue working according the previous rules, I mean, UN agencies. And in this table, it seems to me that the rules are working in the same way. But we have another table. Another table is related to, of course, for Trump, Venezuela, the region, the Latin American region, the genocides in plural, not just Gaza, but Gaza, of course. And in this table, so we don't know, we are playing. because we don't have rules. So and when we look at the second table, so what do we find? I put an example. The Gaza Peace Plan in United Nations Security Council resolutions that offers the population of Gaza a way of voluntary mobility. So it's another phenomena, and we don't have rules for that. So the purpose is to create a miraculous city in that resolution in United Nations. So Gaza as a new city. And the problem, I'm afraid, again, is the money. So we need to regulate the market by putting limits, I think so, but it's just the question in this point. So my second point concerns the regional dimension of this crisis and the multi-level governance. And on the one hand, we are witness to the resurrection, I can say that, or perhaps the reinvention of the Monroe Doctrine, a new version of America for Americans, the Monroe Doctrine. This is not just rhetorical. It is presented as a strategy of security, intervention, and border control. In this context, Venezuela, Cuba become key indicators on how this doctrine is being revived. On the other hand, in Spain, maybe 3-4 days ago, we saw a weak regional movement. I know it's not a movement, maybe it's just a picture, but the meeting in defense of democracy with Brazil, Mexican president, Sheinbaum, South African president, in Spain. So we are looking for maybe a response, an answer for this phenomena from the regional context. So is the Global South trying to say something as a region? Maybe we need to analyze this picture, and maybe we can say more than the picture. So we have a wonderful opportunity from the Global South, I think, but we need to rethink what is the role of the region in this context. So maybe we need more political coordination, even political union, or maybe we need another kind of rules making from this region. It's not about just inter-American system of human rights, but we need to think another thing. So what is kind of thing? So I don't know, but we need to move to that way, I think so. And my third and final point is perhaps the most unsettling. So it concerns the new wave of authoritarianism in the world, precisely in our region. Authoritarian governments, right-wing forces in power across the region, and armies assuming more central political roles could once again trigger large-scale human mobility due to political conflict. I'm afraid that the exile, so the persecution, the political displacement is maybe in face of us, and we need to think about that. So it's again, so I can say, for example, Chile, Argentina, and of course, Bukele, for instance. And so we need to focus on this problem, democracy and human rights, of course, and maybe we can anticipate how is working this region for facing this problem in the next months. And of course, is consequences of this crisis in international law, but I think so we need to think the consequences from the political mobility. And okay, so this is my brief presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guillermo. And I pass the floor to Anne-Brigitte, please.
So starting with the first question, who are the refugees, asylum seekers, other protection seekers in today's world? Let's look quickly at the figures, because I think figures speak for themselves. In June 2025, we are waiting for the most recent year's numbers, but as of June 2025, there were 117.3 million forcibly displaced people in the world. Approximately 42.5 million refugees, asylum seekers 8.4, 67.8 million IDPs, also some stateless, etc. Approximately 40% of the forcibly displaced in the world are estimated to be children. And the main nationalities are Sudan, Syria, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Colombia, and Venezuela. Here in Mexico, the main nationalities applying for asylum are Cubans, Venezuelans, Haitians, and Hondurans. I think when we look at the situations in these countries of origin, it's quite clear why many of these people are forcibly displaced, are applying for asylum, or have received refugee status, and why they cannot return to their countries of origin. Approximately 73% of all forcibly displaced, they remain in their regions of origin, which I think is a very important figure to look at. There are often these perceptions, especially in the media. Thank you. That's much better. Thank you. These perceptions and narratives in the media that asylum seekers, refugees, they are coming to the global north. They're all in the global north. The global north is overwhelmed. And the truth of the matter actually is, according to the figures, that 73% are in the global south, and they're in the regions of origin. So actually the number that the global north is receiving is a relatively limited number. And that, I think, points to the need for responsibility sharing and support to regions of origin and host communities. And I think that was the whole idea with the 2016 New York Declaration that resulted in the two global compacts in 2018, the Global Compact on Refugees and the one on safe and orderly migration. The point was precisely more support to the host communities and host countries bearing the brunt. I think of the pressures that forced displacement often entails for them, pressure on services, etc. Also, I think looking at the definitions, perhaps I'll just go to that point first. This question about conflation of definitions, the concept refugee, migrants, I think actually international law in general is quite clear. The 1951 convention is very clear on what a refugee, what is the definition of a refugee, persecution, the 5 grounds. You have the broader refugee definition in instruments like the Cartagena Declaration from 84. You have the OAU Convention from 69, which talks about situations of generalized violence, insecurity, human rights violations, disturbance of public order. I think it's very clear. A migrant is someone who left his or her country of origin for other reasons. That does not mean that that is not less important. They're just different definitions and categories. Migrants often leave for various reasons. IOM is a better place to speak to that, but often linked to poverty or lack of looking for better options. But often it's also a matter of survival, because if you live in poverty and do not have any options for your family, I think the fact that you move on to look for better options for yourself and your family, I think that the grounds are closely related, but yet it is important to distinguish between them. But both categories are regulated by international human rights law, and the human rights of refugees and migrants need to be equally respected. Refugees, as you know, are also covered by international refugee law, so they are covered by actually more international instruments. But these instruments need to work in complementarity, and the compacts are intended to work in complementarity. And I think this is where we arrive at the challenges that governments and host governments are facing today, and particularly, I would say specifically, host governments in the global north are raising these challenges. How do we manage these mixed movements and flows arriving at our borders? refugees and migrants use the same routes, they travel together, they arrive at the borders, and many of them, or the vast majority of them, apply for asylum, often for lack of other options. That's the only way to legally enter and at least temporarily stay in the country. And that's where we have come in as UN agencies, UNHCR and IOM, working hand in hand. And we have in recent years developed a concept that is called the route-based approach, or the hemispheric approach, advising governments and trying to do so, as I mentioned earlier, in a more pragmatic way. Instead of just preaching legal principles, trying to help them address these challenges in ways and doing it in line with international refugee law and human rights law. How to help governments identify early on the different profiles. Is the person likely to be a migrant and a refugee? Channel them into what we call differentiated procedures and provide responses to them in line with their human rights. But I think to help these governments, you need to identify early on, and then these different channeling mechanisms to see if there are legal stay options for the migrants. Often the economies require workforce, and there may be alternatives, legal stay alternatives, but to try to identify them and prevent that they go into the asylum system. Because if everyone goes into the asylum system, then you have an issue with asylum systems being overburdened, and then asylum systems are, there is abuse, concerns about abuse of asylum systems, integrity of asylum systems, and asylum systems collapse, and they are not able to do what they are supposed to do, with it, which is to provide protection to those in need of protection. So I think that is a key point in the current context, to recognize that refugees and migrants travel together, and how to support governments in responding to their arrivals, but in an orderly manner, to avoid these chaotic situations that we often see at borders, and all these very negative narratives that often stem from that. So I think that is a key point. And then I think it also brings us to this whole socioeconomic inclusion aspect of things. There are vast opportunities in this world for refugees and migrants. We all recognize that there is a need for them. They contribute positively to economies, to host communities. And I think that is what we all need to focus on. And we need to facilitate those processes to counter these negative narratives that basically they are a threat to countries and economies. But on the contrary, they can make countries and economies richer. And it's all about facilitating that socioeconomic inclusion, and also providing support to host communities to really promote this kind of peaceful coexistence that can benefit all, and what we call a win-win situation for everyone, for the host communities, for refugees, migrants, governments, and I think for the economies. And as I mentioned earlier, I think Mexico is a very good example when it comes to opportunities. And I think I'll probably stop there.
Well, thank you very much, Anne-Brigitte. I think Anne-Brigitte and Guillermo, William, have done a splendid job in posing and answering the questions, even in a broader term regarding public international law. So with that in mind, I'm going to take questions, or any of you wants to join the discussion. I can take a cue, and then we can follow up afterwards. So please raise your hands. I have Hakan in line. Anybody else? Okay. I have 3 people. We start with Hakan. 5 to 7 minutes. Is that right? 5 to 7 minutes is the idea of each participation.
Thank you very much. I'm very much in agreement with what has been said so far. At this point, we have 4 general categories of people with different rights in the international legal system. We have the refugees. A refugee is someone who has already been recognized as a refugee with respect to the 1951 Geneva Convention. And asylum seekers, those are people who have lodged an application, either orally or in written, to a state or a UN agency that can give protection. They have some rights in relation to the international law, the Refugee Convention defines clearly what rights asylum seekers have once they have lodged their application. They have at least the legal right to have their applications to be treated fairly by the state that they apply to. Then we have migrants as was defined, rather with welfare and economic needs or other needs than protection needs. In between asylum seekers and migrants, we have another category, protection-seeking migrants, people who are on the move, but who haven't been able to lodge an asylum application yet. So their rights cannot be protected by international law because they're not asylum seekers and because they're not refugees. Now, this is the very soft stomach of the international refugee protection regime. The human rights of these protection-seeking migrants, we don't know whether they are refugees, but most of them are probably are. These are between borders. These are between Africa and the European Union on the seas. And their only right is the human rights that apply to everybody. Now, with the Global Compact on Migration, for the first time in an international document, the human rights of migrants has been mentioned very clearly as the human rights of all migrants, independent of their migration status. So when Anna Birgitte was talking about using the two global compacts complementarily, exactly this thing, protection-seeking migrants' rights, can be a good thing to have as part of the international protection system, and the Global Migration Compact provides this ground for the time being. Of course, both the Global Compact on Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees, these are voluntary schemes. They are not obligatory, and states can apply the parts of it that they find useful in their own protection work. So, but what is happening in reality? The project that was led from the University of Bergen with the acronym PROTECT, it was funded by the European Union. It lasted 3.5 years. 12 European, Canadian, and South African universities participated, more than 50 researchers, all seniors, contributed to the project, and this was done between 2020 and 2023. We had our kickoff conference in Brussels in March 2020, and when we all went back to our universities, most of us were quarantined because of COVID, and we started working online with each other. The results are quite solid. It was an interdisciplinary project, and the same questions were looked at and researched by different disciplines separately, using different methods and theoretical approaches, and arriving at the very same results. The results are that there is a conflation of migrants and refugees and asylum seekers at the level of state, at the local level, and in the minds of citizens as well. And this is the main reason why the international protection system is decaying. Now, on the side of the states, this is done deliberately in order to dilute their responsibility for protecting refugees, at least in Europe. This is the case. Canada, less, and South Africa, almost like the European Union. As you know, migration is under the discretion of national laws. And international protection of refugees is, we have an international law for that, which limits the discretion of states. And this has resulted in a tug of war between states and global institutions regarding how to protect refugees through protection laws that are being drawn into the domain of national sovereignty or through the International Refugee Convention that we have. States have been using different strategies. For example, within the whole European Union, in national asylum laws, states have sneaked clauses of security and public order into their international protection laws, which means that they can reject, and they are rejecting, processing asylum applications based on security concerns, which is illegal according to the 1951 Geneva Conventions, Article 31. Because asylum seekers, once they say that they need protection, they are subject to different rights than other migrants. And it is the right of having their application to be treated fairly, and it is the right of being provided for during the time when their applications are processed. But when asylum seekers are treated as migrants and seen as migrants, this responsibility of the state is diluted. Therefore, states are trying to draw their international protection policies into the domain of national law by linking, policy linking, by linking it to national law in different ways. This concerns, this concerns also not only laws, but also institutions and all other aspects of refugee convention. The result is that in order to get back to the good international system that we had for some time, asylum laws, institutions, and discourses must be separated from migration laws, institutions, and discourses. Thank you.
Thank you, Hakan. Have Iole Fontana.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to follow up on what Anne and Hakan were saying, and more precisely to engage more with the question of how these transformations are affecting the international refugee regime. And I would like to approach that question again by taking some observations stemming from this comparative research between the European Union and the United States. I have to say I'm not optimistic at all about the future of the international refugee regime because I think that what we are witnessing in both the EU and the US is not only an erosion of the right to asylum, but probably a systematic and full demise of the right of asylum as we were used to know it. And more precisely, what I notice is that in both cases, there is this tendency to link asylum to broader enforcement goals, so to link asylum to the fight against irregular migration. And this has a very relevant implication for the very fact that in several cases, the right to obtain asylum seems to be dependent no longer on the real need or on vulnerability grounds or on the legal merits of an asylum claim, but it seems to be dependent on arbitrary factors that have nothing to do with real vulnerability. Let me give you an example. You might remember, for instance, during Biden presidency, that at some point he approved this famous asylum ban, which actually meant that asylum eligibility was related to border apprehension rates. So if border crossing, border apprehensions was beyond a certain threshold, it was no longer possible to apply for asylum. So as if the right for asylum is in a way being dependent on asylum statistics. And I have to say that the European Union is kind of mimicking this same kind of approach, because, for instance, now in this new pact for migration and asylum, the EU has approved this crisis regulation, which means that during periods of high migration pressures, and it is not clear what high means, member states of the European Union can suspend the processing of asylum applications in those periods. So again, it seems that asylum is in a way contingent on migration flows rather than on the legal merits or individual assessment of applications. So it seems like in a way that, I mean, it is becoming a sort of sovereign concession, discretionary act of sovereignty. As Akan was also saying, I mean, there has always been an internal tension in the international refugee regime between the universalism of human rights and, on the other hand, the particularism of state sovereignty. But it seems that now this tension has in a way exploded. And I also think that another common trend is the fact that both the EU and the United States are in a way manipulating the very concept of safe third country. In political science, we say that a concept is being stretched in such a way that is, in a way, loses its original meaning. And I think that this is what is actually happening. I mean, we saw that with Trump, with the famous asylum cooperation agreement, considering as safe countries that are everything but safe. But we are seeing that also with the European Union as well. You might have heard that very recently the EU has approved a common list of safe countries, including very problematic countries. And also this relates to a further point. A sort of deportation mania, in a way. We know that Trump is obsessed with this idea of deportation, but also I think the European Union is mimicking that kind of approach. And now just last month, the European Parliament approved the possibility of concluding agreement with third countries for the implementation of this so-called deportation hub that are in a way very similar to some of the agreements approved by the Trump administration. So the idea of using third countries that are different from the country of origin just to contain returning migrants while they wait to be effectively returned back. I mean, I think that this points to a further element. All these dynamics are in a way affecting most of all the categories that Hakan was mentioning, because, I mean, this is affecting the right of asylum seekers to be seen their application being assessed individually on the legal merits of a claim. But it is also affecting protection seekers more generally if we think about externalization strategies, because, I mean, with these agreements of border control, we are in practice preventing people from reaching the frontier and lodging an asylum application. I will say, and I will conclude here, This obsession with deportation is now affecting also the very level of the member states. Just a few days ago in Italy, there was this discussion about the new security decree, and what the government is proposing is to pay 650 euro to lawyers that will be able to convince migrants that have received an expulsion order to effectively return back to their country, which really made me think a lot about the way how the role of lawyers might change. Because I mean, so far lawyers were involved to help migrants to appeal against expulsion order, and now the government is proposing to involve them to facilitate the return, the forced return of people. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also have on the queue Pierre, then Diego, and Enrique Camacho. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I spoke quite a lot already, so I'm going to keep it very short. I thought it was very interesting what you said, Yole, and also I think it merges very much with what Guillermo was saying before. So there is a crisis of international law and an erosion of the protection regime with growing reliance of on safe third countries. And I wanted to connect this with what you said, Anne-Brigitte, before, when you said that we should help governments to identify the profiles of migrants and refugees early on. And when I look at what the European Union is doing at the moment, which is with the new pact, is the idea is to have a fast-track identification of asylum seekers that would last 7 days. And this, whether you go through this fast track or not, is based on whether you come from a country where the recognition rate is below 20%. And what it tells me is that there is a conflict between the idea of the individual process for every single asylum applicant and the idea that basically the situation in a country reflects and overlaps perfectly with the situation of the individual. So I would like to hear anyone's comments on this. So how we can keep the standards of international law as they are, and at the same time find a way for governments not to merge those two categories in the asylum processes.
Thank you, Pierre. Diego? Sorry.
Thank you very much, Professor Juan. I have, after listening to everyone, I have two big concerns, two big worries, and I'm going to speak through a philosophical approach, not like an attorney approach. One of my first concerns is through one of the questions that's been put on the table, the idea of international law and the refugee system, the protection system. First of all, I'm very skeptic of how we're understanding the idea of international law. I think that how we're understanding international law and the way that we're pretending to protect migrants and refugees cannot be understood anymore with this kind of concept of international law, and we must refuse to keep these kind of concepts. And my worry starts with a simple idea. If we look, as a matter of fact, the reality of the world right now, states doesn't care about international law. States do not care about international law. They do whatever they want with international law. That's a reality. Just look outside and that's a fact. States don't care anymore about international law. So if states don't care about international law, I don't think that international law can be called law by the fact. And we should give a new concept of international law, and we should look forward to a new concept of international law. International law right now can be understood as a group of self-contained groups that can create norms and socialize that norms and impose duties to the global south, so of how they should protect migrants, should do something, should do a lot of stuff. That's the reality about international law. I think that is what happened with international law, not this idea, traditional idea that international law is the volunteer of states to protect everyone. I don't think that's the reality about what is international law. And my second worry about this point in international protection and international law comes with the concept of refugee. I I'm very worried about how we understand the concept of refugee, because the concept of refugee don't resolve or don't solve the problem that we're facing right now. A lot of economic migrants suffer the same way that refugees suffer. Being starved, being extremely poor is nearly or might be the same thing that being pursued by some criminals or the state. So why we need so a specific concept of refugee, and we cannot give a border concept of a refugee that involves all kinds of migration? Maybe I'm very paranoid, and maybe these ideas that I'm putting right now are not necessary. We can keep the idea of international law, we can keep the idea of refugee, but this is my second worry if we're not pretending to attack the concept of international law, the concept of refugee, and whatever. My second worry is that we tend to understand migration and international law through the lenses of institutions, through the lenses of the state and international law, and not through the lenses of migrants. What migrants feel and what migrants face day by day through borders are military, police persons that had guns and pointed them in the border. So borders are not this space of international law that want to protect human rights. That's completely false. What are they facing? What migrants are facing in reality is persons that don't want them in their borders. They put guns over them, and there is space. Borders are a space of contention and coercion. That's oppression in the whole sense. So after him, everyone that's my worries about what we're discussing right now. That maybe we are not understanding how migrants really feel in this system of international law, in this system of protection, and maybe we need to reform. Maybe we need to start over again. That's my concerns. And maybe I'm a little paranoid, but I want to keep it there. I don't know if I have time to say in Spanish. If I don't have time to say in Spanish, I feel sorry about it.
¿Quieres seguir? Tienes 2 minutos.
Ok, básicamente lo que dije en inglés fue que no estoy para nada de acuerdo con el concepto de derecho internacional. Creo que el concepto de derecho internacional se tiene que reformar completamente. Entender que el derecho internacional es creado por grupos élite que imponen obligaciones al sur global, y se necesita reentender el concepto de derecho internacional, porque el derecho internacional, como lo estamos entendiendo hoy en día, básicamente no funciona. Si no, voltemos a ver la realidad. Si esto no es así, voltemos a ver el concepto de refugiado. El concepto de refugiado hoy en día es tan específico que no permite entender las realidades que están sucediendo. Por ejemplo, aquí abajo en Comán, en la colonia Castillo, donde tenemos un grupo de migrantes económicos que básicamente por la pobreza en la que viven no pueden acceder a un sistema de refugio propiamente. Punto número 2, y con eso ya cierro para terminar mi esquizofrenia paranoide. Si esto que acabo de decir no es del todo propio, no es del todo correcto, y pueden tirarlo completamente a la basura y decir vamos a utilizar los mismos conceptos que hemos usado históricamente porque esos son los que realmente resuelven. El problema es que no estamos viendo desde el punto de vista desde el migrante, y lo estamos viendo desde las instituciones, los estados y básicamente el derecho internacional y el derecho para decir, miren, esto sí funciona, cuando en la realidad no funciona. El migrante se está enfrentando a policías que les apuntan con pistolas, gente que no los quiere en sus estados, gentes que le están haciendo la vida imposible, y lo único que estamos viendo es que la frontera es un espacio de coerción y de profunda opresión. Esas son mis preocupaciones con todo lo que hemos estado discutiendo en estos momentos. Espero haber estado en tiempo.
¿Algún otro elemento de paranoia? Tienes 43 segundos. No, sí, estoy jugando. Thank you very much, Diego. Camacho. Adelante.
Thank you very much. There is the view that conflating different regimes of protection produce the decay of the whole system of protection. I think Professor Hakan mentioned something of the sort. Excuse me if I misinterpret. something as if preserving the purity of the concept of refugeehood serves better the interest of most of the deserving. And I think this view is like blaming the egg for being both scrambled and cooked. For example, imagine that you are in a sinking boat with a broken bucket. So you may think that the less water you put in, the less water is spilled out. And maybe in that way, as long as you spill less water, you are closer from being sink. But that's completely wrong. I think what happened is that injustice in the world multiplied in the way that refugee-generated circumstances grown in many ways and restricted the concept of refugeehood to persecution and alienage is not helping this. One option is just to realize that all these people that seek protection who suffer from a broken relationship of protection with their own state, even though that they are not directly persecuted, are also refugees. And obviously the worry is that as the system is already not functioning well, expanding the system is just gonna overwhelm everything. And that this might be true. But I think as much as we refrain to call refugees as they are, we are obscuring the reality, and as much as we obscure the reality, we lose the capacity to fix it. So I think we may very well use research on international relations to pinpoint blame in how affluent and powerful states participate in refugee-generating circumstances. And in doing that, obviously, we will have much more refugees that the system could process. But as much as we expand the people who we consider refugees, we will expand our capacity to blame the guilty and hopefully expand what we do about the whole problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enrique. So I have Anne-Brigitte and Hakan again. And then Zulia. Anybody else wants to? Do you want me to write you down in the queue, Zulia? Okay. Anne-Brigitte, sorry.
Very much. I just wanted to get back to you, Pierre, on this issue of EU Migration Asylum Pact and border procedures. Before I came to Mexico with UNHCR 2 years ago, I happened to be the head of protection for UNHCR in Europe. So I was very closely involved in our advocacy around the EU Migration and Asylum Pact. And I just wanted to share that our recommendation was to invest some resources in an individualized assessment. We were cautioning against using recognition rates because, as you were saying, it's too general. Better to what we call it to front load resources. Better to spend resources and do it properly. Do it once, do it properly. To make an individual assessment that looks at whether a person is likely to have international protection needs or not does not need to be very complex. It can be done quite easily. The same that you also look at vulnerabilities and you look at whether a person needs to be referred for some kind of services due to vulnerabilities. Instead of having border procedures that are excluding certain categories based on vulnerabilities, better to stick to the definitions and focus on protection needs, international protection needs or not. Even if a person is a migrant and has vulnerabilities, that person should be referred and to address their vulnerabilities and services. But as a migrant, This is still possible, but starting to conflate and letting people enter into procedures based on vulnerabilities rather than protection needs. Both categories have human rights and their human rights need to be respected. That is the message, but don't start mixing up the procedures. That is not helpful for the end result. So that has been our message. I just wanted to say that. And then I also wanted to put an interesting fact on the table. When you look at the cost of so-called deterrence measures, what the cost is for states, surveillance, building walls, barbed wire fences, helicopters. I just saw the helicopters circulating out here, border patrols. When you look at the cost of that, detention, deportations, compared to actually investing in a system that identifies early on asylum systems, good border procedures, and identify the categories and ensure a channeling and a follow-up in line with human rights and international law. Both categories have human rights. And migrants very often leave its survival-related poverty. These people can also be given opportunities, just not the asylum channel, but other legal ways of staying and being part in a positive and constructive manner of societies and of economies, because we know that the economies need them. A constructive response that identifies channels and find different legal avenues for these categories of people, I think would be a much better investment of resources. And I think in terms of economic growth. And going back to injustice and the different categories, I think it's a human rights question. I could not agree more with you. Poverty, survival. That brings us back to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and addressing inequality and injustice and equal opportunities to everyone, and also development and economic growth. And I think if the resources are used in that manner, I think that would benefit everyone in this world and the economies. And if I may just read a very quick quote to give you a very concrete example, this just came in from the head of OCHA, who was just speaking about the use of resources now linked to the conflict in Iran. There was just a statement from the head of OCHA, Tom Fletcher. He said today, for every day of this conflict, he's referring to the Iran conflict and Israel, 2 billion is being spent every day on this conflict in terms of military warfare. My entire target for a hyper-prioritized plan to save 87 million lives is 23 billion. We could have funded that in less than a fortnight of this reckless war. Now, of course, we cannot.
Increíble. I have Hakan and then Zulia.
Okay. Then I will address the comments here about the concept of refugee not corresponding to the present realities. Completely agree. In 2004, I wrote an article in the Journal of Human Rights. It was published there, arguing exactly the same. But being in the field longer, I got smarter. It is the reality of states. Yes, of course, states are not respecting international law, but it doesn't mean that international law does not exist. It is there, and it still constitutes a structure of discourse that states still have to relate to. States are reporting back to the UNHCR, back to IOM, and they have to defend themselves daily about their policies. So it is there. It is a reality, but they try to avoid their responsibilities. That is right, and they do so. And the refugee concept, and remember that the International Refugee Convention has saved millions of lives. And you cannot just afford diluting it the way that you want to do. Philosophical concerns are okay. I have had the same concerns, but there's another reality out there. The reality is that not all philosophical concepts work. Some of them do work, but not exactly that one. And this has been shown in all our research in refugee studies. I was at the Oxford Circle in 2000s, and this discussion went on, and I was on the side that you're advocating at that time and wrote that article, but it all has changed now. Now, the concept of refugee should be expanded. I had very strong arguments about that. Yes, there are many people who are suffering exactly the same way as refugees are doing. Why not expand the protection possibilities to them? In theory, we should do that. But the Refugee Convention is contested so much that expansion is not possible. We are at a point where we have to defend it before starting to expand it to others. And rather, for example, create new conventions on climate refugees. Instead of including climate refugees into the refugee convention, create a new convention, because states will never, in this conjecture, accept to extend the refugee definition. It is rather an issue of protecting it. Now, there needs to be a solution for protecting the people who are suffering the same way as refugees are doing. But the solution for this is not to dilute the refugee category by trying to extend it. The solution is to keep it there and create solutions for other categories. So create new categories and put them under protection through new international law. Thank you.
Very interesting, Bergen. So it's more a pragmatical point than a conceptual issue. Well, I'll let the specialists talk about that. Zulia.
Yeah, I would like to add to the conversation that it seems like there is an overlap of narratives and actions. Like for one hand, we have the international protection system that says, or it's working towards protection of humans, mobility in general terms. But then again, we have political leaders that are actually mentally stable. I don't say that. I do agree with the argument, but that's mentioned by Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi. That's just one example. There are many of them around the world, and that's they're working and they're making an imprint in the UN, right? So on the one hand, that's one thing that it's working. But the other one is that, I mean, I don't have the documents, I don't have the numbers, but I would say that we should do more research. Sorry, I would say we have to do more research. For example, not being so naive on the private sector, especially in the AI or in the high-tech businesses and sector that it's involved in surveilling and doing deterrence work in the borders. So I guess I would say that in these terms, there's lobby and there's political actors that are making an imprint. So who's taking the bite out of this cake? Who's getting the money? No, I mean, if we're objectifying the lives and bodies of migrants, who's taking the money away? So that's, I think we should do further research, specifically economically, and to see the insights of further research. No.
Thank you, Zulia. Anybody else wants to take part? I have Enrique. I don't want to be unjust, and I also have other panelists in line. Alejandro Agudo. I don't know if you want to be in the queue, but Enrique, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry to insist in this. I obviously understand the pragmatic concern here, but given that reality has changed, what eludes the concept is just to push it into a reality that doesn't longer exist. From my view, what eludes the concept is not taking into account the many realities that people that seek protection nowadays have. If you think in every single movement that ask for rights, inclusion into the category is what strengthens the request, the claim, so institutions respond to the claim. As long as you keep the category locked into a past circumstance, what you dilute is the claim. So if we expand the claim, if we expand the people that falls into the category, we have more people, more claims, and much more capacity to engage a discourse that organize all these people in a way that could push claims into the global system. That's one possibility. And I think if you do research in every single movement that has requested or demanded things into the institutions, you will find that inclusion is what matters the most. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Enrique.
Yeah,
You raised a philosophical point, so I think Diego wants to mention more.
It's a small follow-up to what Professor Enrique already said. I'm going to address the same point of how we must or maybe address a new concept of refugee, whatever. But when I'm critiquing international law and the international protection system, I'm not saying, and I think it's important to establish this, I'm not saying that international law does not exist. What I'm saying is that maybe because bigger states, maybe because states that are so powerful abuse or international law and are doing cherry picking about their obligations in international law and or their obligations with migrants, maybe that kind of cherry picking is the thing that makes international law not properly law. That's a different thing of saying that something is not law, that something does not exist. My point is that it's a critique to the idea of international law. I also wrote about this, and I defend the idea of international law as law. I think it's law. But what I'm saying that maybe we need to re-understand international law so we can solve these problems. And I think everyone are concerned the same thing. How can we protect human rights and how can we protect migrants? So one of my points is maybe if we re-understand some points, that given the fact that we're living right now, can give solutions. That's my point.
So I have Luciana and Brigitte, Alex, but I think there's a point regarding this you want to raise quickly. Yeah.
Just one sentence. Almost all laws forbid killing others, but there are still many murderers. Is national law about murder is not a law because people are breaking it? I mean, that's the logic. I mean, it's not a sound logic.
That's a really interesting point, but I'm not going to mention anything. I have Luciana and Brigitte, and then Alex.
Well, I would like to move a little bit the discussion because I believe this discussion about if we need a broader category or concept of refugee is a not too new discussion. We got maybe 2 decades to discuss this topic, but for me, the most important discussion is not only the concept of refugee, we need to see a broad picture and also to understand that the problem maybe is that it doesn't have any other option for the rest of the migrant. And this is, for me, this is the problem, not only the concept, because we have a broader concept of refugee in Latin America, and even is not enough. we are discussing about if climate change need to be incorporated in this new and more topic and situation. So I believe we need to discuss the big migration policy or governance in a big manner to understand that most of the problem, not the only one, but most of the problem of the asylum system is because the government and the state want to put there a lot of situation that is not. If you have a pathway for regularization, we can move people for the other way. So it's not just refugee. This is my point. We need to discuss in a big picture. So I believe in this context there is a growing disuse or non-use of the asylum system, because in the middle of this mess, countries or governments say, okay, don't use it. So this is not the solution. We need to understand, we need to have options for many people, and states tend to avoid, and I believe budget of funding is not the only problem, because there is a narrative, a position of countries. They are afraid that, oh, how many migrants and refugees are. This is a really good example, the case of Mexico. We don't have a problem about the numbers, about how many migrants are here, but government tends to exaggerate the numbers and the problem. In fact, as Anne was talking about, there is a lot of possibilities to integrate, to incorporate in the economy, but it's budget, but it's a position, policy position of the state. And in this context, I am talking about, and the other topic important for me, that this is not a problem of the global north, of and refer about the numbers, but we tend to see the US, the Europe, but the Latin American countries was using a really bad use of the asylum system. Also an instrumental use of the asylum. So, for example, some countries use as an alternative of regular pathway. So this is a problem. At the end, it's a problem because there is an overwhelming of the system, and people say, you see, this is a problem. So, asylum system is a problem. And this is not the problem. The problem is we need to put together an administrative way to regularize migrants, and also a concept, a broader or small one concept, but working for some type of people. Today it's not working. And for me, this is a point.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what Hakan said about the 1950 Convention, international refugee law versus migrants, human rights law. I think you may be aware that this summer we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the 1951 Convention. And we've also undertaken a lot of analysis around that, whether it's a good idea to reopen conversations about the criteria in the convention and with states, etc. And I think we have come to the same conclusion. Our view as UNHCR is that the convention grounds and the broader refugee definitions are still relevant in this world. They still apply, they're sound, and it is very risky to reopen these discussions given that their relevance is being questioned. I think our suggested approach is rather to continue them and to focus on how they are implemented, and supporting states in how they implement them, again, in complementarity with human rights law and looking at the situation of migrants and providing legal alternatives for them in line with their human rights. That the recommended approach and way forward is rather focusing on this complementarity. There's a very interesting example here right now in Mexico, where there's a lot of advocacy, which we have supported as UNHCR, for regularization alternatives for foreigners, we can call them migrants, but those who have still not gone through the asylum process. If you have a job offer, there is advocacy and pilot projects promoting that if you have a job offer as a foreigner, that you should be given a work permit and an opportunity to regularize your stay in the country. We very much support that, because if foreigners have this option, those who do not have international protection needs do not need to go into the asylum process. And this is exactly how it should work. And it's clear that the Mexican economy needs this workforce. They can benefit from it. So these are the complementary legal avenues that I think we should focus on, legal pathways in complementarity to asylum. And that is exactly what the two global compacts are recommending and foreseeing. But it's all about the implementation. And I think that that is what we should focus on in our advocacy with governments. And in terms of allies, when it comes to advocacy, I think we all increasingly need to focus on the private sector and look at the type of influence that the private sector can have on governments and how to influence asylum and migration policies. Because if the private sector is interested in hiring foreigners, refugees, asylum seekers, migrants, they are in a position to push governments and promote certain policies that will be beneficial for these populations in line with their human rights. So I think that's something we all need to increasingly focus on as part of our advocacy and our work.
Thank you. Alejandro?
Thank you. I see the discussion is heating up, which is great. I hope to pick up on some of the points being debated. But first, the question of borders and multi-level governance, which was another question in this panel. I would like to remember the places like Tijuana, or some places in the Mediterranean have been turned into places of indefinite delay by migration policies that extend the spaces of interception to neighboring transfer countries. So we have time borders in addition to physical or geopolitical borders like detention centers, vessels detained in ports, etc. And we also have social boundaries that interact in complex ways with all of them. For example, the middle-class image of Tijuana as a city of documented border crosses, still prevailing in the early 21st century, when the increasing numbers of deportees from the US were widely seen as a burden on the public. So in this case, the border divides Mexicans from one another. And in this context, the complex forms of coordination between local authorities, civil associations, NGOs, international organizations are often directed to cope with migrants' forced immobility in buffer zones and so-called safe third countries, effectively, which provide an escape route from the international rule of non-refoulement. So borders do reach inland, as Zulia mentioned earlier. In terms of this configuration of modes of governance of migration, we have seen programs aimed at offering refugees options such as assisted voluntary repatriation or resettlement. These actions can be articulated with programs based on the bureaucratic managerial ideal of promoting orderly, safe migration. However, these type of solutions often conflict with the expectations and life projects of migrants themselves. About the figure of the refugee is interesting because over the past few decades we have seen certain re-emergence of the figure of the refugee linked to the deteriorating conditions in many regions of the world. And at least until the second presidency of Donald Trump, the proliferation of legal activism and legal services on the Mexico-US border revealed a growing shift from undocumented border crossing to affirmative requests for asylum. I'm mentioning this because this serves as a reminder that the presence and actions of pro-migrant organizations are determined in part by the changing routes and strategies of migrants themselves, all of which is an important social element in making and making global borders. And finally, the question of globalization, of restrictive immigration policies and negative attitudes towards migrants. Yeah, the question is, what about the opposite? Yeah, the globalization of pro-migrant attitudes, a point mentioned by Hakan earlier, and some others. Whatever happened with to the, for example, the no border movement, connected in certain ways with the caravans, as a form of collective movement and collective mobilization. You know, thinking about the book by Douglas Oviedo mentioned earlier. So we have this no border, yeah, I remember, no? This no border politics. Beyond activist perspectives based on citizenship rights and humanitarian aid, no border politics promotes a radical understanding of human rights that calls for the abolition of borders, pointing precisely to their normative illegitimacy. I think we need continued research on non-sovereign forms of solidarity that call the possibility of just nation states into question. Now, I would like to close, returning to the discussion. The no border movement has been accused of being utopian. And the discussion there between Hakan and Diego reminded me of the need to study migration policies on the interface between empirical research and normative analysis. For example, if we make normative claims, like, for example, people should be allowed to exercise their elementary freedom of movement, that I'm in favor of that. And, you know, remembering that people exercising such freedom of movement are turned into migrants by borders. But the thing is, if we complain about that, if we sustain the normative claim of the universal freedom of movement, then how to blame when migrants, or people being categorized as migrants, cannot exercise such freedom of movement? So we need to find a balance between, you know, empirical research and normative or philosophical claims. But that's one thing that I found interesting about the debate here. I leave it here for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. Anybody else? There's an interesting book on methodological issues regarding border issues, and I think you're pointing towards that. Maybe we need a new methodology to analyze these border issues. We can talk about this afterwards. I think I have one more intervention, last question, and I think we'll close with that one.
Hello, this is Tomás Ochoa again, a master's student in the University of the State right here in Baja California. So I can see right now two different point of views and completely opposite point of views, right? So by one hand, we talk about that it's impossible to modify, I mean, not impossible, but methodologically hard to harmonize the new needs of population right here, I mean, in the world, right? But by other hand, we say that we have to rethink about the refugee concept globally, okay? So right here in Mexico, we can see that the Geneva Convention in 1951, at the beginning, it was our first international instrument to identify and to recognize the refugee status in Mexico. I mean, we're talking about Mexico, right? But in 1984, thanks to the Cartagena Convention, we can see how Mexico and I think 13 more countries in Latin America add new elements to the concept of refugee, right? So we can see that this addition of new concepts to be recognized as a refugee in Mexico start working, and right now those elements to be recognized in Mexico are better than the elements to be recognized as a refugee, for example, in the US, right? There's new elements that we can take into consideration to identify what does that mean, the concept of refugee. By other hand, I understand that there's a lot of needs around the world, and most of the people in the world thinks that the refugee, it's like the answer of those kind of needs, right? But the reality is that we cannot add all of the elements necessary. We cannot add all of these kind of elements to attend needs of the global population. I mean, there's things that we can start talking about the implementation of new elements to be recognized as a refugee person, but also we can talk about the new concept of international humanitarian aid, right? For example, there's a lot of programs in the Middle East that helps to attend different kind of needs, not necessarily related to the refugee status, right? But at the end of the way, we have the same result. For example, in Mexico, there's what's the principal benefit to be recognized as a refugee? In Mexico, basically, what the refugee status gives you the permanent residency right here, right? So basically, we can see this is the utility of being recognized as a refugee, mainly, right? But this is not the only way to be regular in Mexico. I mean, migratory regular in Mexico. So we have to understand that the refugee is not the answer to help all of the needs. To help to solve all of the needs right here in the world. Okay, so we can start talking about adding new elements to be recognized as a refugee, but we also have to understand that there's other needs that are not going to be solved to be with the recognition of the refugee status. So we can start talking about new concepts, not necessarily the refugee concept right here, but we can start talking about other ways of protection about global problems. For example, natural disasters. I remember one case of one person who came to the office hoping for legal assistance in order to get their refugee process successfully approved, right? And I was talking with her, she was a woman, and talking about their case and why she was seeking for refugee in Mexico. She told me because of natural disaster, right? And if we go to see the law, we can see that this is not an element to be recognized as a refugee person. But it doesn't mean that she don't has any other problem and she doesn't need international protection, okay? So we can start talking about new concepts of protection. I mean, a new international concept of protection. We don't necessarily need to be inside the refugee concept. We can create a new ones, but also we can modify the principal concept of refugees in the cases where it would help the refugee process in order to protect more people. I don't know if I'm being clear, but what I want to say is that we can, the refugee concept is evolving right now, and from the last 75 years since the Geneva Convention, it has been evolving in a really, really fast way. So we can start how can I say, we can start identifying that there's some concepts that we can integrate to the refugee concept, or I mean, new elements that we can integrate to the refugee concept, but also we can start talking about new ways of international protection. So I think we have to harmonize both concepts because it's possible. I mean, it's possible, and we should start talking about new ways of international protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question. Very brief. I have two more. I don't want anybody to be felt out. So yeah, very quickly, two more participations.
Yes, this is really quick. First of all, well, thank you for the discussion. During the first participations, there were two concepts that really stuck with me. One was the forcefully displacement of people, and the other one was speaking about protection. Usually when we think about protection, we're thinking about protection against organized crime, against solving similar matter. But I want to ask for your opinion as a panel of experts about precisely the forcefully displacement because of climate change that Thomas briefly talked about. I mean, Mexico is a really big country. We have a lot of territory, and we have had our first community that has been displaced by climate change in Tabasco. But we're a big country. They can be displaced internally. But what about the other countries where that is not an option? Sorry, when they are needed to be displaced in another different country, or even when the climate change is just the risk multiplier of other issues that causes them to seek protection to another country. In your opinion, what actions or policies should be done to give this protection in this specific topic of climate change? Thank you.
And Nadia, perdón, no estoy tan mal de la vista todavía. Un examen.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Nadia Arteaga. I am representing the legal clinic from UABC. And I also wanted to add a bit more about how the concept of refugee is being reinterpreted, but in the local government. I know that some people are saying maybe in international wise, there doesn't need to be a change, but with experience working directly with refugee seekers here in Tijuana, we struggle a little bit about having to tell them how internationally they are seen as a refugee. So when we do these interviews and they tell us their stories about maybe someone from Guatemala, they are being persecuted by one actor because they ask money. And whenever they give this information to Comar, Comar is the Commission of Help for Refugees. Comar takes only the economic side, and they give them a negative for their status of refugee. So I think it is important to say that we need to focalize how international law it's also being interpreted in the local government and what they're saying for these negative resolutions, because the element of persecution is in the international law, but how are they actually taking it? And I think that's really important, how Comar is taking all this international law, and all these concepts are also in the in the national, like ley de migración. There's a ley de migración, there's a reglamento for refugees, and all these concepts are there national wise, but these authorities of migration, they don't really look into the definitions whenever they give resolutions. So we have this problem when we give the interview of explaining to them that what it means to be a refugee, and we have to kind of tell them how to say the story so they don't receive a negative resolution, because they do need the protection, but since we are seeing these negative resolutions, we have to also tell them how they need to exteriorize their needs and what's happening in their country of origin. And also talking a little bit about the private sector. In labor law here in Mexico, there is an article where it says that the private sector can only have up to 10% of migrants in this, like, empresas, the word just left, these businesses. And so there's also some jobs in these businesses that exclude migrants, and migrants can only be in these spaces if there's no other Mexican that's specialized and can be in that place in this business that's from Mexico. So I think it's also really important to look into how these private businesses take these people that are migrating or that are seeking refugee. And there's also a lot of complications whenever refugees or migrant people are looking for jobs. I know there's also collaborative work with organizations, but there's something specific that they ask for. It's identifications or an RFC, and there's practices that I think we're also going to discuss in the other panel, that these refugees, they can have access to it. So I believe it is important to see locally wise how everything is being interpreted and how we're seeing it with the in practice and empirically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a brief remark by Anne Brigitte, and we close with that. Yeah. Le pasan el micrófono, por favor.
If I may just to respond to some of the issues raised here on climate change and links to the refugee definition. We have a public UNHCR position on this. So climate change in itself is not necessarily a basis for refugee definition, but if climate change results in violence, insecurity, often over scarce resources as a result of climate change, there can be a link. So basically there are often links between climate change and the refugee definition causes. So I think that's very important to be aware of. On the implementation of governments and states, host governments, on when it comes to international refugee law, that's very much part of our mandate. According to the UN General Assembly resolution, which UNHCR's mandate is based on, we have a supervisory responsibility. And that is also why we are present in many locations around the world, precisely to supervise, but also to offer our support, how to implement international refugee law, and how to translate that into national laws and implementation. And as we all know, the proof is in the pudding. One thing is to have beautiful laws, and it's something very different in terms of how they're implemented. And I think for the population, it's all about the implementation that matters. So that is a focus of our work. And also asylum seekers, refugees, their right to legal assistance. That is a key priority of ours, and how we use our resources to ensure that they have access to legal assistance so that they can receive help to articulate their refugee claim, legal representation if they need it, legal counseling. That does not mean that we are coaching them and telling them you should say this to be, when you're being interviewed in the asylum procedure. It's It's about articulating what actually happened to them, the situation in their country. And we are also providing country of origin information. So that's very much part of our work.
Thank you very much. It's a great way to close this second panel. So we're gonna go to our indoor patio there for lunch. Everyone's invited, and we can convene here at 2 o'clock for our last panel, panel number 3, the rights of migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, their access to justice and attitudes towards them in a changing global order. Thank you very much.
final session, the rights of migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers, their access to justice, and attitudes towards them in a changing global order. Before we hear our participants, I would like to set the stage with some core questions that are in our booklet, and to guide this session. Uh, we have 4 questions. First one, how is reconfiguring world order affecting the rights of migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees, and the members of receiving societies? What role do local governments and frontline institutions play in shaping the recognition and access to rights, social protection, and regular status? In what ways can their actions expand or constrain these possibilities as first responders? And what challenges do these populations face in accessing justice? How have these changed over time, and what good practices can we identify today? Finally, and I already heard something about this before. How may new technologies such as robotics, AI, and digital mass communication affect people attitudes towards human mobility and the international refugee regimes? To begin addressing these complex questions, I will call to our 2 initiators. First, we'll start with Camila Fernandez Meijide, researcher at the Institute of Legal Investigations at UNAM. Yes.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this panel, and thank you to the organizers, to Luciana, Mauricio, Juan, and to Michelle too. There are many very interesting questions here, but I would like to focus on the role of governments, of local governments and frontline institutions in shaping access to rights, to justice, integration processes, and regular status. I would like to highlight 4 points. First, a useful starting point is that migration policies are usually designed, regulated, and funded at the national level, but their effects are experienced locally. It is at the level of cities, provinces, and municipalities, and federal states, where migrants actually interact with institutions, access services, and attempt to regularize their status, even when the institutions they engage with are local offices of national authorities. Local institutions are often the first point of contact. They are the first responders in contexts of arrival and settlement. From this perspective, local governments are not just implementers of national policies, they are key actors in shaping how migration governance operates in practice. At the same time, this creates important challenges. Many cities are receiving or have been receiving significant numbers of migrants without having prior institutional capacity, legal frameworks, or experience in migration governance that are appropriate to the number of migrants they are receiving, such as the city of Mexico, for example. This generates tensions between legal frameworks, available resources, and the actual needs on the ground. Second, local governments can expand or constrain access to rights, even when legal frameworks are defined nationally. For example, in many countries, and this has been the case in some Latin American countries, rights such as health and education are formally guaranteed regardless of migration status. However, their implementation depends on institutions that operate locally or that are governed at the local level, such as schools, hospitals, universities, and administrative offices. This creates significant variation in how rights are actually accessed. For example, in Argentina, where I come from, national legislation used to recognize access to health and public free of charge health services regardless of migration status. However, between 2021 and 2024, some provinces, particularly border provinces such as Jujuy, Salta, or Mendoza, introduced restrictions on access to free of charge public health services for migrants without regular status. These measures included requiring payment for services or proof of health insurance. These policies were justified in terms of economic constraints and crises, but they show how local governments can effectively redefine access to rights even when national frameworks are formally inclusive and protectorious. Conversely, in other countries, access to social rights for migrants in irregular situations is formally restricted. However, some cities and federal states or municipalities have adopted policies that expand the access to some rights. For example, in the United States, where some states provide healthcare coverage to some kinds of undocumented migrant populations. The third point I want to bring up is that local governments can act as laboratories of inclusion and restriction. On the one hand, they can develop inclusive practices, sometimes going beyond what their formal competences are, and actively shape the boundaries of legality and expand access to rights and protections. But on the other hand, local governments can be the first to implement restrictive measures that might later be scaled up at the national level. Because they're closer to territorial dynamics and to the public debates around migration, local actors can be the first to implement these restrictive policies and to frame them in ways that resonate politically and socially and mediatically, I think, as well. For example, going back to Argentina, I mentioned that some provinces introduced measures restricting access to free public health services for migrants. These measures did not remain at the local level. In 2025, recent national restrictive reform has taken up these arguments that the provinces used, and also took this legal language and formulations that were developed in this local provincial context to change migration law on the national level and restricting access to public health on the national level. This suggests to me that national migration policies are not only designed from the top down, but they also might be shaped by these local processes of experimentation where restrictive measures are tested, are legitimized socially and with local communities, and later incorporated into broader legal reforms. And finally, I would like to briefly highlight that when we talk about local actors, we should not only focus on local governments at the executive sense. There are other local institutions, such as Public Defender's Office, ombuds institutions or ombudspersons, or judicial bodies, judicial local bodies. I'm sorry, I'm 1 minute, one more minute.
Yes.
They can also play a very important role in shaping access to rights and justice. These local institutions can support migrants in navigating restrictive national legal frameworks and institutions. And in some cases, they can also challenge national level policies. And I go back to Argentina for another example. The ombudsperson of the city of Buenos Aires has, since the 1990s, in collaboration with civil society organizations, provided legal assistance to migrants facing administrative and legal barriers in migration procedures, even though these migration procedures are formally a federal competence. Playing within and with these boundaries and with the boundaries of its competences and jurisdiction, the ombudsperson of the city of Buenos Aires has also played a very important role in challenges against restrictive migratory legislation and restricted reforms of migratory law at different moments since the 1990s on the political level and also on a judicial level. So I think this shows that access to justice and legal protection is also shaped by a broader set of local actors and not only by executive authorities or by national or federal judicial authorities. So to conclude, I would like to suggest that looking at local governments and institutions allows us to better understand how migration regimes operate in practice, even though they formally depend on national governments, because it's at the local level where the gap between formal rights and effective access becomes most visible. And it also might be where the boundaries between migrant legality and illegality or regularity and irregularity are negotiated, expanded, or restricted. So in this sense, local governments are not only implementing migration policies, they are actively shaping them. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Camila. Next, we have Pierre van Vollenhem at North Research and the University of Bergen. Thank you, Pierre.
Yes, that's always easier. I always have this problem. Yes, so I'm a political scientist, so I'm going to start very broad and then going a little bit more back into details. So please bear with me. So I'd like to illustrate what I think is the fundamental tension that shapes what migration and asylum politics is about, especially in Europe, and how this affects access to rights. On the one hand, we have the universalism of human rights, which flows from liberal ideals, according to which basically any individual has the same rights, irrespective of where they belong, which citizenship they bear. And on the other hand, we have democratic principles whereby citizens are expressing their preferences, and then governments are responding to those preferences. And I think this is this very tension between universalism of human rights and democratic responsiveness that is at the heart of the current transformations that Hakan was mentioning earlier. And this manifests in a dual process. On the one hand, we have a reaffirmation of human rights everywhere and all the time. And suffices for that to see the State of the Union, of the European Union, not the one here across the border. The discourse from, what's her name again? Von der Leyen, who was emphasizing how human rights are important. But on the other side, we have a tendency to try and control human mobility and to limit access to those rights. So this tension between principles of universalism of human rights and democratic principles is basically colliding into this having rights on paper and having difficulties to access those rights in practical terms. And there's been already so many examples of that today that we talked about. Yole, for instance, mentioned the growing reliance on third countries, on safe third countries when it comes to controlling borders. So this externalization process. I've mentioned earlier the reinforcement of external borders through technology or even through the European agency Frontex. But we have other examples, such as the curtailment of rights, for example, when it comes to family reunification, and this happened in the European Union as well. We have the shrinking of the resettlement quotas. In Norway, we saw that as well. I think this year we have a total of 100 refugees being resettled in Norway, which is a ridiculous number. We've talked about the shrinking budgets of IOM and UNHCR as well. So my point is the rights are there, the texts are there, but they are increasingly restricted in terms of how to access to those rights. So there are several possible drivers to that. I think one of the most important is the broad politicization of public opinion, how public opinion is gradually more and more against migration, how this translates into far-right parties gaining more and more power, representation, and how this in turn affects the other political parties who tend to support restrictive migration policy. And this goes from the right, center left to left. So it's not something that is limited to one side of the political spectrum. That being said, at the same time, we also have counter trends. And this is what Camila mentioned. We have local actors that sometimes try to provide more services to asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants. We've had a lot of examples in the US as well, those sanctuary cities, right? We have also civil society actors who are trying to either conduct search and rescue operations at sea, who are trying to help migrants cross the Alps when it's winter and it's cold and people are stuck in the middle of the mountains. So the picture is a little bit complex, but there is this idea that there is a tension between right on paper and right in practical terms. So just to guide a little bit this conversation further, I would like to ask everyone what the role of international law can be in this new context. If international law can still constrain the activity of states. What is the role of local actors, as Camila mentioned, but also public opinion? And what are the patterns in Europe and in Latin America? And if I want to be a little more provocative, I would also want to ask you what you consider is the future here in general terms, if you consider everything I said in the prism of a tension between desirability and feasibility. We are all academics here. I think we all have a shared understanding of what we would like to see happening in politics and policy. But we have major constraints as well, right? And public opinion is one of them. And this is where things need to change in order for things to change in policy and law. So I'm done.
Thank you, Pierre. And well, I think those questions will start a conversation now. And I would like to open the space if someone in the panelists will want to start. Diego, I know you want to start. Diego,
Buen provecho.
Diego is working as a doctoral researcher at Universidad Iberoamericana here in Tijuana.
Well, thank you very much, Michelle. Thank you to everyone. I know, yeah, that my last comments were very spicy. I'm going to keep it that way. But this time I'm going to make some two kinds of claims. One is the empirical claim, and another one is a philosophical claim, a normative claim. I address these questions. Bueno, se acabó. Gracias.
Sorry. Sorry.
Good to.
Well done.
Done it.
Well, what was I saying? I'm going to stick to these questions through something that I've seen that the local states do. So my claims goes through these lenses, how states are acting through migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. How, for example, Mexico interact with them, how the United States interact with them. So in my first claim, the empirical claim, I have two worries about it. First one is that here in Mexico, for example, our state delivery and voluntary, if the word can keep the essence of what I want to say, is that authorities here in Mexico, migration authorities here in Mexico, violate the law, and if they're will to violate the law. As an attorney in a clinic to protect migrants, and my colleague here can follow up that idea, we face migration authorities that even though we promote an habeas corpus to protect migrants, the authority says, I don't want to obey the law and give me another claim of justice. I'm going to keep disobeying the law, and whatever it takes, I'm going to keep disobeying the law. So we're having this problem in the empirical sense of the fight of protecting human rights. And in another empirical claim that we're facing in how we can access to justice, how can we protect human rights, and how this global configuration is going on, is that the state is looking in this sense of protecting himself against aliens. There is a big discourse of nationalism, for example, here in Mexico, to protect them, to protect Mexicans and keep some goods like jobs, culture, and whatever stuff, and protect them against aliens, like if the migrants are a problem, and they're treating them like that through reforms of the law. For example, in the labor law, Mexico established some exclusions to migrants. For example, migrants can have a syndicate here in Mexico. They can access to syndicate rights. They Even though the Constitution protects human rights and establish political rights as legitimate human rights, the Constitution says migrants can have political rights. And if we have a migrant protesting against, I don't know, some injustice, that's a political right, and he will be. So even though the Constitution said we have protection of human rights, the practice is the other way. And there, after these two claims in the empirical sense, I'm going to pass to the normative claims. And what I'm seeing is that this configuration of the world, how we can give the fight for access to better justice. I'm seeing that states presume that they have this moral right to exclude migrants, and they have this moral right to protect their sovereignty. And I think this is kind of false in various ways. First one, because the state believes the idea that the claims of justice are only in domestic law. Only through the state you can access to justice. Only a citizen can claim justice to other citizens. But I think this is entirely false. We can seek around the world and claim justice to others, even though we don't have any relationship with them. For example, here we can tell that it hurts a lot to see people starving, and it will be unjust not doing something for them. That's a claim of justice that we have. Even though we're not a friend of them, even though we have an institution or something that makes a relationship idea of justice. So what can we do in this sense to dismantle this idea that are provoking the attitude of migration authorities that don't want to obey the law, or that are provoking this injustice to refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants? I think that we can start with something very basic, that is attacking this discourse, tackling the idea that nationalism is a good way to understand the problems of the world, and maybe go to cosmopolitanism and protect a universal idea of human rights and a universal idea of egalitarianism. Maybe that's a possibility of how we can do something against this global injustice.
Thank you, Diego. You had 2 more minutes, but I'll take them.
No, yo lo dejo esto ahí. Ya dije mucho la vez pasada.
Okay. Anyone? Yes. María José Juárez.
Hola.
Yes.
Well, my name is María José Juárez, and I am the Director of Migratory Affairs for the government of Baja California. So welcome to Baja California. And it has been very interesting to listen to all of you and the arguments that you are presenting today in this working group. And I am very glad to listen about the role of the local governments, because as our experience in Baja California, we also are, to be very honest, we are also facing challenges when the migration policies come from the federal government, that does not allow us to protect the migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, and displaced persons as we would like to. So we are facing these kind of challenges. And as a local government, what we are doing is, for instance, that we are part of the global Forum for Refugees, the Global Compact for Refugees, and this year we also are joining the Global Compact on Migration, so that we are committed to protect the migrant and refugees' rights here in Baja California. And also, for instance, I would like to share you an example of how we are trying to do our best in order to protect this vulnerable population in Baja California. And we established a State Council for Migration Affairs, in which at least 50 stakeholders are participating in this council. And this is represented, for instance, for all the municipalities of Baja California, in which also we have the participation of the academia, COLEF, the UNAM, ENID, and also UABC, for instance, and your voice and all the study that you are doing allow us to improve our work in order to protect the migrants and refugees' rights. And also in this council, for instance, we this year are presenting an initiative for a new law of protection of the people on the move in Baja California. And this initiative, we worked it in order with the UNHCR, with IOM, and also UNICEF. So we try to analyze like the international law, the local laws also, so just that our local law also established like the very high standards on protection of the migrant and refugees population. And also, for instance, one of the most important examples and clear examples of these barriers that we are facing with the federal government as local government is, for instance, that in Mexico, there is no law that recognizes the displacement, no, the people desplazados internos, internal displaced persons. So here in Baja California, and thank you again to the ENID-UNAM, in this space, in this facility, we have been working like at least 5 working sessions by now in order to create a protocol that allows us to respond to the necessities of the internal displaced persons that come to Baja California that cannot cross to the US because there are no rules and no way that they can ask for asylum, for instance, in the US. So we, as a local government, have the responsibility to protect the displaced persons here in the state. And that is why we're working at least with 27 institutions of the government of Baja California and also of the municipality of Tijuana in order to identify what are the main barriers that the displaced persons are facing and how we can together, as a local government and also with the NGOs and the academia, support and respond to these necessities. And also, another example is that thank you for the support of the UNHCRs, for instance. We are the first state in Mexico that now is guaranteeing special support for asylum seekers and refugees, and that this population have access to social programs of the government of Mexico. For instance, there are economic support for women who were victims of gender violence, for instance, and also for asylum seekers of refugees that want to begin a new like a business of their own. So we are working also to support these entrepreneurs, and we are analyzing like the rules of operation of every institution in Baja California. So for instance, if we ask for the Mexican ID, we are just like adding that if you are a migrant or a refugee, you can show this ID that gives you the institution of migration so that you can also apply to all these programs, to all of these benefits. And of course, if you have more ideas, more good practices that you have seen in your countries of origin, on how local governments can also improve the access of services for the migrant and refugee population, we will be very glad to listen and of course to also receive feedback for your part. And thank you for the space, and thank you for all of what you are doing and sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Jose. Someone, yes, Rene. Rene Arguelles works with the UNHCR office in Tijuana.
Thank you. I wanted to share a perspective from the field, from working this last 6 year. UNHCR started the presence here in Tijuana and Baja California 6 years ago, actually when the caravans arrived, and the increase of needs of people with protection needs, along other UN agencies and international NGOs. I wanted to share 6 critical challenges, and also my time's up. And 6 local integration good practices that I think it goes with Maria Jose was mentioning, and also Camila. I like this concept of local government as inclusion laboratories, because I think in some sense is also part of what been looking here in Baja California. So first, some of the critical challenges we identify right now. One is related to the issuing of the visitor's cards, la tarjeta de visitante por razones humanitarias. That is this temporary ID here in Mexico that before October 2023 was given to asylum seekers. Right now, this policy has changed, and currently is not delivered in the way it was before, so it's very long now. It's expected now that once asylum seeker is recognized as a refugee, to have access to the permanent resident. So this is one important challenge that prevents people to access to other rights, including formal employment, access to state services, among other that you can imagine not having national documentation. The second barrier we identify here in Baja California is related to language. From 2019 up to 2025, approximately 48% of asylum seekers had been Asians. So is a very important percentage, and if you have a non-Spanish speaking population, then you have a lot of limitations in terms of certain services this population can have access to. We've been working with local and state government in this field also to increase the options, including like Spanish classes addressing migrants and refugee population in this field. Obviously, there's a lot that is needed for this group of population, and others that don't speak Spanish here in Baja California, and represent a challenge overall. Also, the composition of the population that been arriving to Baja California is also important. In the last protection monitoring report from 2024, in Baja California, we found that 50% of the people on the move arriving to Baja California were families, and 26% of them single parent families. So this also tell us another range of needs and services that are required for this group of population, and it's important to address it as well. The length of procedures in terms of the asylum seeker procedure, also with the National Migration Institute, other procedures like naturalization, family reunification also takes too much time. So this represents additional barriers sometimes for people accessing these services. The lack of knowledge of documentations on behalf institutions and also employers is a constant challenge. Sometimes even if people have the documentation like permanent resident or like the visitor's cards, can face some difficulties while looking for jobs and other services. So it's important as well to keep strengthening the technical capacities of these areas. And finally, I mean, there are more challenges, but I will stick to these challenges for now. The access to mental health services, specifically for this group of population, well, there are a lot of needs in terms of access to mental health. And obviously, this is not exclusively for refugee and migrant population. This is overall, there's an important need to develop more mental health services in Mexico and Baja California. But this affects directly, mostly also to refugee population and asylum seekers. And now in terms of the local integration good practices, some of the things we identified that have been very positive for the population overall. The strengthening of referral pathways and specific needs, people with protection, specific needs in terms of protection, is an ongoing work that has been for the last years. And I think there's an important difference from 6 years ago to now in terms of the services and the capacities that are in organizations and in local government as well. Public policy structural change. Maria Jose already mentioned some of these changes in terms of the access of asylum seekers and refugees to these programs that been specifically changes to the norms of these programs, but also in other fields like education, for instance. Currently, the revalidation of studies procedure is free for refugees and asylum seekers, and this is part of the work and initiative of the Secretary of Education here in Baja California as well, and other actions that on the end of the local governments also are important, and they have lead this way. The development of multi-service centers, like the one in here, not far from here in downtown, is also a result of a coordinated effort with government institutions, but also civil society in this effort to have a one-stop shop, so to speak, service for refugee and displaced population. And just to be quick, well, another important aspect is the refugee-led initiatives and active participation of refugees in these policies. In the World Refugee Forum, the Global Refugee Forum, recently we have representatives from the refugee community participating here, and also Baja California presented two commitments in the Global Refugee Forum. So it's important in terms of the public policy also delivery to include the perspective of refugee. So that's for the moment.
Thank you. Now we have a queue. I'll start with Nadia and then Kari. Nadia Chesid Arteaga Lopez. She's a collaborator at the Legal Clinic for Migrants at UABC. That's the university here in Baja California. Nadia? Go.
First, I would like to point out that there has been collaborative work between organizations and dependencies of government, but talking about the access of rights, even though there are some collaborative work of saying that they can access to health or work, but there's a key document that these places ask for. That's the card, an identification card that they ask for whenever these migrants or refugee seekers or asylum seekers are going to health to ask for health services or for jobs. And so the barriers start from whenever they seek to be recognized as refugees in this Mexican Commission of Refugees. There has been talk about that there's not enough budget for the Comar, and that is very true, and it's a big issue because right now there are only 6 people working at the Comar, and one of them is an interpreter only for Creole and French. So whenever there's people that don't speak Creole or French or Spanish and they only speak English, they have to ask for help from other organizations that speak English, and that could be also people that work in the legal clinics. So that's whenever that issue starts, whenever they go and ask to be recognized as refugees. That's when the whole process starts, and that's whenever the decisions of this discretional dissuadement start for this refugee seekers, because they need to wait for a response first from Comar. But whenever they go and they start their procedure in Comar, they can also go to the National Institute of Immigration to ask for this identification card so they can access health and label and work. But the institutional national of immigration, they don't give a response to this application to receive the card. So what we do in the legal clinics is present the habeas corpus, but we've seen that for one people, sometimes there needs to be 2 or 3 habeas corpus. They each takes around 3 to 5 months to be solved, and the judge gives like a sentence for immigration to do whatever is said. But also in the judges, we've seen that they've given dissuasive responses of saying, okay, you need to continue the process of this person, but they don't exactly say that person needs to be given the card. So the immigration takes this response and just says, oh, that judge didn't tell me to give you the card, so I'm not giving you the card. And that's what we're seeing in practice, that the process of Comar goes up to 1 year, 1.5 years. And during that time, there is also a lot in between to receive that card. So the refugee seekers are without jobs. They are without identification for more than a year before they receive any type of resolution. And that's why this is all important, because one thing is what it says in international law and what's in national law, but what's really the practice and how are these migrants and refugee asylum seekers being affected by the practices of migration authorities, and also how it's linked to being there a pressure of having to restrict their borders here in Mexico and other countries. That would be one thing, that there really is a lot of work before they have access to health and work, like late, ¿cómo dice? Formal work. And there was also a question about how technology implicates on this movement of migrants. And whenever we do the interviews, all the procedures in immigration are through a website. So most of refugee seekers don't have access to a phone. So it is very, very important of the work that the legal clinics or other international organizations do in this place, because we give them access to this internet application so they can present it to immigration. But sometimes there comes this dissuadement of there was this missing, or you have to come another day because today we're not receiving applications. So I would like to just point out these few practices. There's more, but I think what's also important to focalize is this work that all the organizations do in El Centro Multiservicios, because there's also organizations that help with the psychological some psychological problems that they have due to this dissuadement from immigration practices, and that situation that they're also leaving behind in their country of origins. So thank you for also having these meetings, and for everyone to come to a conclusion that even though everything is recognized international and nationally, the practice is something very different, and we need to give all of this information to other people, and so we can form this community of help with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Next, we will give the microphone to Carrie Hagatun. That's an associate professor at the Department of Education at the University of Bergen. Thank you, Carrie.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, where to start? So I want to say that for my PhD, a few years back, I did an ethnographic study on the educational situation for Roma children in Norway. So when I planned to go here, I started to think, so how can I link that theme to, what we are going to talk about here? But then, however, yesterday, we visited 2 migrant shelters. Some of you talked about that before, here in Tijuana, and something happened that made me change my focus. We were standing in a circle, getting information about the shelter from one of the volunteers there. And then a little girl came running, placing herself in the middle of the circle, trying to get our attention by smiling and dancing a little bit around. And I was told that this little girl might have autism. This episode reminded me of the importance of one of my more current research interests, where I focus on the intersection between migration status, ethnicity, and special needs within educational systems. So that's why I want to draw the attention to the intersection of disability and migration that is largely invisible, meaning that research, policymaking, and practice have yet to adequately address the dual challenges of disability and irregular migration. The lack of data on undocumented migrants, for example, with disabilities, further feeds into this invisibility. Consequently, EU legal and policy frameworks fail to safeguard the rights of individuals facing these intersecting needs. Despite strong commitments outlined in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights and the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the latter which is ratified by the EU and all its member states. And please note that I view disability as social disadvantages caused by a lack of accommodations, rather than viewing disabilities as caused by bodily impairments. I most often say people with special needs in my research rather than people with disabilities, but here I will use both terms. So focusing on refugees, some studies indicate that among refugees worldwide, over 9.3 million, or almost 1/3, have disabilities. Yet little attention has been given to their needs, and few programs are available to ease their integration into new environments. Refugees with disabilities have very diverse needs, both within education, healthcare, employment, social benefits, as well as social connections and becoming part of the community they live in. However, systematic barriers such as discrimination at both policy and interpersonal levels, legal issues, and poverty prevent these needs from being met. And according to United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, refugees with disabilities are more likely to face greater challenges than their non-disabled peers in transition countries, because these communities are not usually prepared to accommodate high numbers of refugees, especially those with disabilities. And furthermore, prolonged denial of public services in transition countries leads to even greater needs. So if essential services are not provided, refugees with disabilities often face marginalization and extreme isolation from the larger society, meaning that they often also are prohibited from contributing economically and socially into the communities they live in. So how much time do I have left? Because I have a choice to make.
Like 3 minutes?
Okay, I will try to do this then. So, because it's late in the day, and
It's from Diego.
yeah, I can take yours, right? Yes, thank you so much. I will not. Now it seems like it will go on forever, so just you don't have to fear that. But I was thinking about if I would include this story or not, because it's more drawing on ethnographic tradition. But in my research, I often use the stories of individuals and of groups to highlight and show, and the agency of these individuals to show how the structures are working. So I wish to use a story to illustrate the consequences that can occur when systems fail to recognize and give opportunities to people with special needs. And the story is not about people who fall into the refugee category, but it's about migration and disability, and serves to illustrate how economic contribution often is a condition for getting residency. And this relates to some of what Ann-Katrin was talking about earlier today, and also what you, René, touched upon right now. So it is about 2 young people who married 2 years ago after being together for many years already. While she is from Norway, he lives in the US, not far from where we are right now, but at the other side of the border. People often ask them, why don't you move together now that you are married? And they get especially curious if they meet them in person, because it's so obvious that they belong together. They are both on the autistic spectrum, so-called high functioning. They both struggle with different issues, but they support each other and are much stronger together than alone. So why are they not living together when they really wishes to move to when he really wishes to move to Norway? The answer is that he does not meet the criteria for immigration set up by the Norwegian authorities. To move to Norway, he first needs to obtain a high-skilled education within a field that Norway needs. Or, to be able to become a student in Norway, he needs to pay high fees to the university. In addition, his American high school diploma is not enough. He also needs a year of studies on university level from the US before he can study first year in Norway. He also needs to master the Norwegian language for entering most studies at bachelor level in Norway. Unfortunately, all this is very difficult to achieve for him. He's highly intelligent, but he's not in a financial or social situation that allows him to study in the US at the present. The other opportunity is for his wife, who lives in Norway, to have substantial income for 3 years, documenting that she can provide for him when he moves to Norway. She has worked in a public library for several years, but only as job training and without salary. The library wishes to give her a tenured position because they think she is brilliant in her job, but they are not allowed because there is a regulation saying that obtaining a tenured position in libraries is not possible without education on university level. So to be eligible to start studying, you need to have completed high school, which she has not. She will start that journey in the fall, but realistically, she will not have to spend at least 3 years on education and studies. And then she needs to work for 3 years. Will she then be able to work full time? Probably not, because of her autism. So we have a situation where it's obvious that two people will have good chances to live good and productive lives if they are allowed to live together and support each other. But where the regulations set up barriers that seem almost too difficult to overcome. In many ways, they can both be viewed as privileged young people, being white and growing up in the global north. But when their special needs are taken into consideration, they are not privileged. Then imagine how life chances might look for migrant children and young people with special needs from other contexts and parts of the world. For example, I was told yesterday that some of the families in the shelter we visited stayed there for several years. And like Itza told me in a break, right? Many migrant families in Mexico have left their home country because they have children with special needs. So reflecting on all this and what is at stake in people's lives, I argue that these issues, and especially related to disabled migrant children, needs to be more focused in research and policy. I will argue that looking closely at how being disabled intersects with other social statuses in migration processes and taking into consideration people's agency, we can reveal how social structures hinder or create opportunities for social justice for migrants and refugees with disabilities. For example, we need to address how ableism, which either subtly or directly portray people with special needs as inferior to non-disabled people, and how ableism intersects with other forms of discrimination migrants often are subjected to, also in how regulations are formulated and enacted.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Gonzalo Ituarte, Director of the Centro de Derechos Humanos Fray Francisco de Vitoria in Mexico.
Okay, sorry. To tell the truth, I'm overwhelmed of all what I have heard, and many aspects of that I would like to talk about have already been presented here. So it's difficult for me with my limitation and being so overwhelmed by such knowledge and experience of all of you. But some words that I think can fit here. In this changing global disorder, it's happening something very dramatic, because this kind of disorder in the world grow the numbers of people looking for something to survive in societies of violence, of injustice and oppression, climate change, etc. So we will expect more people moving, and this global disorder is weakening the institutions and the governments even, and the persons who want to support and to accompany migrants. I wish in Mexico it would be happening what we have heard from Baja California, because I just see the opposite in Chiapas. The migrants and asylum seekers and all these people in move are not finding that kind of response. Even the international institutions, the UN institutions, are shortening. Now there are less people working for them, for the migrants and people on the move, than a few months even ago. And organizations of the civil society, like some of the ones I'm involved with, are losing financing. Most of the people we had in our teams, we have 4 places in Chiapas and in Veracruz to help migrants in movement. and we just have one. All the people we had working with us had to go elsewhere to find a job because we couldn't pay, because there's a restriction of financial support from ACNUR that was supporting our House of Migrants, but also from other institutions or foundations. So there's less resources to respond to a growing multitude of people moving. In Ciudad Juárez, I'm related to a human rights center for migrants in the border with specific approach in the gender perspective, because many people are migrating because of discrimination, because of their sex identity. I don't know if it's the right, but I think you understand. And I have even numbers of how many people we have been able to help through this center in Ciudad Juárez. Let's say 100 in 5 months, with all this process of psychological support, legal support, and all that. But there are thousands of people moving and needing this. And there is a problem for those who want to do, even government officials who want to really help, find obstacles within the same government. And corruption is some word that I haven't heard here, but it's extremely important as an obstacle for the migrants and all people in the move, because there are different kinds. Corruption is destroying the possibilities of many people. And you have mentioned organized crime. In Mexico, there are areas in the country where the government has no no capacity to exercise or to apply programs or anything, because the organized crime, sometimes with support of government members, control the territory. And what happens in that territory cannot be, we cannot say, oh, but the Mexican law or international law defend these people. No, the landlords of those areas of criminal control put a great challenge to the migrants and to those who try to help. And so it's a very dramatic situation when you want to help and to work with and strengthen these people, and to find yourself limited by so many aspects. And so, although I do believe that the pressure of this multitude of people in the move, like in Tijuana, will force a response. It's happening here, according to what I have heard. Thousands of migrants coming to Baja California, especially Tijuana. At last, they have some response, limited with obstacles, but there is something doing this government and this civil society, because there is people from civil society involved in all these shelters and all that. I have mentioned that the indigenous people in Mexico have been treated as foreigners in their own land, especially in the south of Mexico, but they kept struggling through suffering, and they have been able to change the constitution and to change the national mentality towards the Indians. They belong here, and they are treated as foreigners, as aliens. I think something similar is happening also. The pressure of people on the move will force new answers. From the below, the change will come. although I do believe that the effort of this symposium and institutions will help if we can stand side by side with those who are looking for life, to bring our mind and heart the reasons why people risk their lives to move to somewhere where they can live, is the energy that has to keep going, looking for this kind of transformation of society, although the global disorder now, destructions of institutions and even the cultural change is a great obstacle to that. We are moving against the contra la corriente. How do you say that? Okay. Okay. Well, I had many thoughts, so many ideas that came through your proposals, but sorry, I cannot
No, don't
have
worry.
order in my mind.
Thank you, Gonzalo. And now, I don't know, Enrique, do you want to go next? Yes. Or Simone? Yes. Simone Grassini is a professor of psychology at the University of Bergen in Norway.
Hello. Do you hear me well? Yeah. Thank you very much. That was an enriching experience, despite I'm slightly a different expertise when it comes to scientific research. I'm a psychologist, as what I do mostly is study new technologies and the effect on what people get to understand and think in the context of introduction of new technologies. And I think this would be relevant factors when it come into when we take into account immigration and movement of people. One of the topic of this panel is actually how new technology change the perception of immigration and mobility. And I would like to start thinking about what are new technologies. And I think when we think about new technology, we think about two types of things nowadays. One is like the new but not so new technologies. For example, digital technology in general, or more specifically, technology related to communication. Usually we talk about social media. If we think about social media, it's obvious that what is happening in the context of mobility and social media is communication. And communication is a thing that it follows all these new technologies, like enhanced communication. And of course, I mean, I think those technologies being used as a political tool to, of course, steer public opinion in a way that is much more effective at what the older media were mostly doing. So portraying is very common, for example, for this kind of new technology to have actors portraying fake information or information that are partly true to steer opinions as a part of a population, often for political gain. And this is seen for election campaign. This is seen for big issues like climate change, etc. And this is seen as for policy regarding migration. When you talk also about even newer technology, if I think about artificial intelligence, for example, and again, is a technology that is very heavy on information. It's information. We train AI with information, and we obtain information from these technologies, and it's something in line also what we think about the future of robotic. And in this, I would like to follow the lead of what Akan was saying earlier today, that there is a tendency for a new world elite that is people that are strongly evaluating certain kind of skills over others. And when it comes to migration, they envision a world in which a specific category of people For example, people with high expertise when it comes to technology and development will have an endless possibility for movement, and people who has less seek after skills will be as restricted as possible on the ability to be able to relocate somewhere else or to move, and they will be somehow stopped from doing it or create an obstacle for it. And I think what we are seeing with AI is that this kind of technology gives a specific type of elite, and we're talking about the elite of what is commonly referred as techno bros, or adjacent political spectrum, the ability to propagate, to emanate their policy, and the willingness to change the way migration is seen via information. This is very commonly seen when we talk about biases in AI agents on how they process information to give users specific direction when it comes to policy, when it comes to politics. So yes, the new technology are being used already for propagating specific information or point of view, most commonly for political or social gains. This is happening while we speak. I mean, it's not something that will happen in the future because there are futuristic technologies. Of course, it's so easy to read, for example, new papers about the difference of different AI models to give suggestion or propagate information. We can see that there is a clear trend for example, AI models that are more, I would say, conservative leaning, and that they have different opinion about sensitive matter. Especially, there are studies about how these models are interacting with topics like climate change. But it's the same thing when it comes to migration. So those kind of tools that everybody has in their hand, and Google used to give you a snapshot of what you are looking for or collect information, they are not by design neutral. By design, they follow specific indication. They filter data, they propagate specific information more than others, because they are by design, they cannot be neutral. There is human intervention on what kind of direction or opinion those technology give to users. So yes, it's a challenge that we will have in the future to understand how to differentiate this filtering of information, because why yesterday people were having different source of knowledge, maybe they were looking for it themselves on a newspaper or other kind of traditional media. Now all these are accumulated and filtered, and this filtered by, for example, artificial intelligence will give to people some vision on complex topic that people will tend to trust, despite the fact that it's not an objective summary of information, but is shaped by specific political or social belief that are inbound into the algorithms.
Thank you, Simon. And our last participant is Enrique Camacho Beltran.
Okay, I already abused the word.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 At this point, I would like to invite a couple of colleagues to share some ideas about what we have been discussing here. And I don't know if someone wants to participate. Yes.
Hello, my name is Jorge Bustamante. I work with Coalición Pro Defensa del Migrante, but I am not here representing that organization. I'm here by my own. I would just like to have the European colleagues remember that the reason this town exists, there's no oil, there's no agriculture, we don't have a port. What we have is an international border. And the reason is that there are interests on the northern side and the south side that are mutual interests. For one reason, California, you know, would be one of the powers. It's the 9th most powerful state in the world, if it would be a nation. And one of the main sources of that wealth is agriculture. So ever since the beginning of the World War II, with the Bracero program, which is a worker plan, Mexicans used to provide that workforce when the agricultural workers were at war, Americans. So we have a story, we have a history of this international border here in Tijuana, which is to be considered as a wide, completely 180-degree difference with the the East Coast, the coast with the Gulf of Mexico. That border has a really completely different history. But I want to, just let me point out, the history of the Texan-Mexican border is a crude and bloody history. But here in California, it's the opposite. Well, it used to be the opposite. Here we had border agents who would see migrants and go, just look away. And the reason is because they need Mexican workers. Americans are contradictory in essence. Excuse me, not Americans, the American government, the U.S. government. But it's not only by Trump. It's been like that for many decades. So let me just point out the contradiction is economic, and I applaud whoever mentioned that we should have closer relations to the private initiative, so that they understand that they need. Wait! In fact, the reason why they haven't been, the ICE and CBP haven't been as crude as they might be in other states is because of the private sector of hotel, the care industry, that is asylum for elder and orphans, and tourism. Excuse me, tourism, elders, and I'm forgetting another one. But and agriculture. Excuse me, agriculture. They stopped. They are a very, very powerful lobby in Washington, and they said you cannot do this, and ICE cannot arrest anybody. So they stopped it. So the contradiction is so blatant, so that I applaud again the person who mentioned this need that we have to get closer to the private sector, and make them understand the reason we should not only turn back every policy against migrants, but also provide an example which Tijuana has brought for almost maybe 30 to 50 years, which is hospitality. Tijuana is one of the most hospitable cities in Mexico, competing with some in the south, because there is a group of women who cook by the railroad, and they provide food, and this is just amazing, to understand the need of migrants that haven't eaten for days, and just throw the food onto the train just to have them eat. Anyway, so the example Tijuana has brought to Mexico is something that has to produce further advancement. And I agree with Maria Jose about how much Baja California has advanced with the Council. The Council of Migrant Affairs. This is one of the few states that has a legislation, a state legislation ruling what the agencies must do with migrants. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's policy because it's votes. You have to remember, migration policy are votes. So we don't have any politician here. We haven't addressed the political issue yet, because it's the whole thing is getting messier and messier because voters don't want to think about human rights. On the contrary, individualism is championing in votes. And the UNHRC also has brought many examples that advanced Tijuana's example to this, I would call it progressive view of migration. But then everything collapses when there's one issue that the Mexican government in Mexico City does not address, which is the national ID. Here in Mexico, the national ID is a National Electoral Institute. The National Electoral Institute provides a card. That card has been the only official ID for many decades, more than 3. So even if we provide a local ID, there's a local ID, there's a Dirección Municipal de Atención al Migrante, the municipality migrant affairs direction, they provide an ID. Nobody takes that. Nobody, if you can have, the newest card on your hand, they won't care. They will ask for the National Electoral Institute card. So, and thank you, Nadia, to remember everybody about how many migrants and refugees have been denied medical assistance just because the physicians ask for that for that card. And Yetza won't allow me to lie because the director of the national the Secretary of Health in Mexico City has said, "Oh no. We changed the law. We have a new article. And there's a rule. And yes, of course, it's on paper. But who knows about that rule? Who knows about that law? Nobody at the medical centers. So there's oh, by the way, and I know I'm going to probably make some comments that Yetza is going to bring about. But aside from pregnancy, labor accidents are one of the main causes of hospital assistance of migrants. And from what I heard from the programs that the government of Baja California have provided, I don't see any help for labor accidents in Baja California for migrants. So yes, we are an example, but we need so much to do yet. It's so much. It's just amazing. And I agree with Luciana when she says it's not working. No, it's not working. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, America.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I really enjoyed when you were talking about the process, both legal and administrative process that migrants have to go through, and all the hoops that they need to go through to get probably a no, and then all the other process they need to go towards the yes. Because personally, I'm not practicing law right now. I'm more into the research side. But one of the things that stuck with me is about this thing that has been present in all 3 panels, the gap between what's written, what we have on paper, and what we practice. And I actually thought what Cari said, that it was really interested about people with disabilities, because it is important to have an intersectional approach of protection for certain groups, such as people that have disabilities, women, children, in the certain situations where they're the most vulnerable. We do have soft law that talks about certain groups in precisely this type of situation, them being immigrants. We have the general observation number 12 of the CEDAW, and we also have the joint general observation of the 2017 between the Children's Rights Committee and the Committee for Protection of Immigrants Workers. And they do approach these topics, but I do think that we need to pay close attention, to these specific groups, because they already are in a vulnerable position. Being an immigrant is already a position where they're vulnerable, when they are risked, when they're not really as well protected as they should be. And when they're part of another group where they can face the intersectional discrimination, all those vulnerabilities are multiplied. There are a risk, the risk becomes much greater. And especially when right now I'm thinking about kids. There are some kids that comes with their parents, but sometimes kids come without their parents. They're alone. And I thought about this book that is called Enrique's Journey. It's about a 16-year-old boy from Honduras that made the travel in the train, the Beast, La Bestia, from Honduras to United States to be reunited with his mother, who left him when he was 10 years old. And in his book, he recalls all what he went through in the journey, which is it's a really powerful story. And it's not just his story; it's a story that unfortunately many immigrants go through. But I do think that we should pay close attention to not only refugees as a general concept, but also these special sector of refugees that are more vulnerable than others. Thank you.
Thank you, America. And well, thank you to all the speakers today and for this enlightening discussion. To conclude the symposium, I will now yield the microphone to our coordinators for some conclusions and closing.
As
First of all, I would like to thank everybody for coming here. And as I said, this symposium was motivated by a wish for intercontinental collaboration in order to address the emerging problems, the newly emerging new problems regarding refugee protection and migration and other aspects of mobility. And I think on my part, it was extremely useful to listen to the perspectives and experiences coming from people who know about the Latin American and Mexican context. This was one of my personal aims, to learn more about what's happening here and to put my feet more firmly on the ground concerning theory development and etc. And this has already started here. And this was the academic favor done to me by this symposium. And I would again like to repeat my thanks to Luciana for a very solid collaboration in forming this symposium, and Juan for leading the efforts for organization and providing this wonderful venue and thinking about this setting where we face each other and everybody speak on equal terms. This was also very useful. Lastly, I would also like to thank, on my personal behalf, to somebody who has been hiding himself, and he has had the responsibility for finding all these people, contacting them, bringing them here. It's Hans-Egil Offerdal of the University of Bergen from the section for international collaboration. He has a very good local knowledge of Mexico, Latin America, and especially Mexico City. He is established there. He has even an apartment. And thanks to his efforts, we came together, Europeans and Mexicans and others that are equally important. Thank you very much.
Well, just to say thank you very much. I would like to thank for all the participants for a truly rich and engaging discussion. I was thinking about we was discussing about a couple of topics, but each of us understand different dimension and example and problem and concern that we put all on the table, and we could design a broad topic that are important to discuss in the future. So thank you so much. It was a pleasure meet you, some of them, and see. It was a pleasure see some old friends. So thank you for this meeting and for your contribution that made possible this exchange. So thank you so much.
I know many of you have to take the transportation to the airport because you're leaving soon. So just to reiterate the thanks from UNAM, our dean, Mónica González Contró, who was kind enough to help us out with the organization and funding for this event, and to the several institutions, UABC, COLEF, many of them very near to our hearts here at ENID-UNAM, and especially to the team here at ENID. We're a small team. We are basically 5 or 6 people, but they work so hard and they make this possible. So please join me in an applause for them. Because they're the ones who really deserve it. So thank you, and hope to see you again very soon, and hope you have safe travels back home. Thank you.